Morning. How's everybody doing this morning? $22. Oh, that's not a good number. Okay, 25. That changed. Good. All right, please share. Let's keep the interest in this, even though the media is wanting to talk about old stories and everything else under the sun. Or do this, even though that completely runs in the face of logic, documents, etc. I don't know. Interesting article. Perhaps we can review that. It's not about witchification. It's about proving or disproving, going where the evidence follows. Problem is that if you can't eliminate a person as a suspect, then you're kind of stuck there. So, has she been eliminated as a suspect? No. Are there a lot of questions around? Yes. More than enough, I would say. Crystal Edwards, good morning. Robert Thomas, everyone notice how the pictures are all of women? The MCC is working really hard to try to frame the narrative. If you're speaking about the cover photo, that's from the Observatory of Femicide. Heavily police tied, been through it a few times. Maybe we'll review some of it today. The pictures in there, funnily enough, some of the family members were objected very heavily at the time the Canadian Observatory used. So let's continue with Robert's comment here. That Banfield was a complete victim in all this. On the way to work today, I was listening to the radio news at 7:30. Oh, dangerous. Where do they get their money? What are they? What are the mainstream media? Lead story about to testify. What's it? 16% of people believe in them right now, I think. Lead story, LB testify the reason didn't report Gabriel because she was scared for police, right? That was the reason. Even though she's down there in Dartmouth by herself with most all the bank accounts. Companies, properties, co-deeded. I'd like to see the ownership, actually, of Northumberland. Let's see. So even the news is working hard to frame things for the government. Not a surprise, really. They've been doing it since the get-go. Well, it's all those agreements that they signed into so that they get to read the stuff. That's why they put it out ahead of time. And you're like, oh, wow, this is news. No, they've had it the whole time. A fame Freudian slip. Okay. Well, I got where you're going with the frame. All right, Julie Rock, official timekeeper. Good morning. Good morning. Brenda, Paul, Kimber, Glow Watcher. All the media jumped on board. MCC narrative. That's what they're supposed to do. They're just a PR wing. That's all that they are. PR. They were running it around like crazy back then. Holy Toledo. Some of the things I did happen to get at the time, and I was just like, whoa. Morning, Brickleberry. What kind of shit they're going to shovel today? Oh, it'll be an interesting coming together of storms, I suppose, with Leaf, the Observatory, and Monash all getting government funding. Leah, Chris Lee, MH, good morning. Sad Mafioso, oh dear, good morning, oh dear. Jeannie Lewis. Jeannie Lewis. I always struggle with that name. When did Tim move? Yeah. I'll leave that with you. It's not a comment. I'm just observing. The United States, Tim, United States. Linda, Nosy Scotian. Blue Nose. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so went through this article a little bit. Perfect storm before pandemic. Says right. Okay, this was posted this date. Yes, it does say it's updated, but this was in the news as a perfect storm for domestic violence right before. Jenny Wright. Jenny Wright is Observatory. Observatory very heavy into this stuff right away. Let's see, where's that? Word. Oh no. How many things can I have open at a time? Boom. Amanda Dale, the guest that we'll be seeing today. Okay. So angry, waiting, find out more. Weapons, licenses, what previous history. Okay. The government needed the observatory to come out. This is past transitions. Here's the statistics on murders by gender. Okay. So male, female. Let's see here. 568 to 171. And yet every single one of these is going to go into the category. Why? Is there a big, huge bulletin board for all the men? No. Is it about that? No. But it's just the weaponization. The weaponization by the observatory. Like how their report isn't out on the 2020, of course, on the observatory. But of course, when you go through who they are, where's that? Where do they get their funding, do you think? Canadian Observatory is funded by the federal government. Why do I not have that page open? Who's having problems here? Oh, that's right, the federal government. Leaf, Legal Action Fund, Women's Legal Action Fund. Leaf ITOs with Halfpenny Macquarie, Leaf, Jillian. In fact, that whole firm, Leaf Guests, federally funded guests, Monash today, federally funded down in Australia, Canadian federally funded. How's that work exactly? I don't know. It's awfully odd how we're just having this kind of go around. The weaponization of sexes. The war of the sexes. Why? Who's building that? The defense. The skirt that they run behind. Not so great. Here was Leaf. Okay, there's funding by Leaf. I don't know why mine wasn't coming up for some reason. That flag. Flag's always in the corner of the checks.
18th. The Femicide Observatory made these statements.
Since Jenny Wright is an expert panelist with the Canadian Femicide Observatory for Justice and Accountability. She works in both Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. Jenny, good morning to you. Panelist with the Canadian.
The Femicide Observatory made these statements.
Since Jenny Wright is an expert panelist with the
4 hours after the events on the 18th and 19th.
Less than 24 hours.
Systemic
Sorry.
Good morning. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. As a reminder, please turn electronic devices off
echo.
or to silent.
Theater Voice Spy is back. Wow, that's great. Christine, good morning. Linda M.
Less than 24 hours after the events on the 18th and 19th, the Femicide Observatory made these statements.
It's Jenny Wright is an expert panelist with the Canadian Femicide Observatory for Justice and Accountability. She works in both Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. Jenny, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. You tweeted early on in all of this on Monday that the motive of the gunman wasn't a mystery. You wrote, and this is a quotation, "It's about power. Perceived rejection by a woman or women will be the root. It happens in rural communities. There will have been signs. This is male violence." Why did you tweet that?
Indicators, very clear predictors, patterns of behaviors that we see over and over again. And that is a history of violence against women, like be it stalking, harassment, domestic violence. Violent hatred of women was the catalyst for this mass shooting.
But how would these groups know the history of this man? You cannot just push a hatred of women for every shooting that has ever occurred. This is supposed to be an expert on this. But if you look at the statistics, you will see mass shooters are normally much younger.
This is a complete and total loss of control and loss of power that may have been going on for some of them for 20 years, 20, 25 years. This is why we usually see a lot of mass shooters that are older.
Amanda Dale, also from the Femicide Observatory, said they want to use this event as a watershed for their grievances.
We were angry. We were hopeful that this might be a watershed for all of us to.
Definition of watershed is an event marking a unique or important historical change of course on which important developments depend. Exactly how does feminist, femicide or misogynies have anything to do with the inquiry? If intimate partner violence is proven, then yes, it should be included in the inquiry. But this should not be the main point to focus on. As a woman, I find this very disturbing. It feels like the media and these groups are just trying to divide us and cause hatred. It is time for us all to come together as Canadians and stop letting propaganda separate us.
So remember the balkanization term at the beginning, those who've watched that since the beginning, right? But not meaning the MCC, meaning April 20th here, right? 2020. The balkanization of people, that's what they want to do, divide, conquer. And they build, like literally build these elements to run defense all the time for things, rather than actually addressing issues. Then they have something to run cover for themselves. And if you go through the partners on the observatory, which we will do at a later point here this morning, so many of them are police tied. Fitch actually has, I had an interview with
Bonjour, bienvenue, hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. We are here again this week to learn as much as we can from the mass casualty so that together we can help make our community safer in the future. Last week, we examined the roles of gender-based and intimate partner violence as part of the broader context for mass casualty. We learned more about the violence within the perpetrator's family of origin, the perpetrator's violence towards others, and his violence towards his common-law spouse, Lisa Banfield. The foundational documents, research related to the roundtables, recordings of the witnesses that we have heard from, and other materials discussed last week are also available on our website. Today, we'll continue to explore these issues in a roundtable discussion about the connections between mass casualties, intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, and family violence. These discussions are intended to assist with identifying possible pathways for prevention, intervention, and lessons to be learned as we progress towards making our final recommendations. We anticipate that some of the discussion today could be difficult to hear again, and we encourage those of you who are here and watching online to take a break if need be, and to reach out to the available support services anytime if you or someone you know needs help and support. I will now ask Dr. Emma Cunliffe, Director of the Commission's Research and Policy Team, to introduce today's roundtable. Emma?
Thank you, Commissioners. As Commissioner Fitch has indicated, my name is Emma Cunliffe, and I have the honour of serving as the Director of Research and Policy for the Mass Casualty Commission. This morning, we'll continue to focus on those aspects of the Mass Casualty Commission's mandate that invite us to consider how best to prevent similar incidents in the future. As we seek to understand mass casualties, an important and often overlooked question is the connection between these incidences and other forms of violence that take place in our communities. Today, we will be exploring the connections between mass casualties and forms of gender-based violence, including intimate partner violence and family violence. In this roundtable, as with every roundtable, we won't focus on the mass casualty of 18 and 19 April 2020, nor on the evidence that the Commission has assembled about the man who perpetrated these dreadful crimes. This work is being done in other aspects of the Commission's process. Instead, we will speak to multiple aspects of our mandate that require us to examine the broader context and causes of mass casualty incidents generally, as well as the particular role of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence as contributing and contextual factors. We'll also look at access to firearms as it relates to the perpetration of gender-based violence and mass casualty incidents. The core themes of this roundtable
There we go. Unmute. Sorry. We can do like we did the other day, if you'd like. Those of you who can... what is that? Weird. Okay, something on my phone. We can do like we did the other day, and I would like to watch Amanda Dale, though, and cut up documents, those of you who are willing to look at them, because there was a lot of things that came out. And funnily enough, that's more important because they don't want to deal with anything. They don't want to look at anything. That's what that's all about over here on the Leaf Emma show. To Leaf Stanton, Leaf. What would you like to do? I'll keep going, but if you guys are willing, I think that's better because it's a more productive use of time. But Amanda Dale, funnily enough, is somebody that I do want to hear from.
Misogyny is public risk. That report is exhibited as P003436. I'll let the roundtable participants introduce themselves to you in a moment. As facilitator of this roundtable, I'll be directing the questions, asking follow-ups and moderating dialogue. And I would remind you please to speak slowly for the benefit of our accessibility partners. Roundtable discussions will form part of the Commission record. They're being live streamed now and will be publicly available on the Commission's website. The Commissioners may choose to pose a question or ask for clarification at any point. This is also a good opportunity to remind you that we're presently conducting a further public consultation, this one online, in which we're seeking input about the recommendations that you would like to see considered as part of the Commission's work. You can find more information about this consultation on the Mass Casualty Commission website at masscasualtycommission.ca under the Proceedings menu. Look for the option Public Submissions. As with every roundtable discussion, the intention is to provide the Commissioners and the public with a deeper understanding of the core themes so that everyone is well positioned to engage in conversation in Phase 3 about lessons learned and potential recommendations. Before I begin today's roundtable, I would particularly like to mention a member of the research and policy team, Sirwa Frimpong, who has made very significant contributions to today's proceedings. So to get us started, I'm going to ask each of the roundtable members to introduce themselves and their work on the topic of mass casualties, intimate partner violence, family violence, and other forms of gender-based violence. And I'll begin with those who are joining us virtually today. Jude, if you can please go ahead and introduce yourself. Jude, I'm sorry, I think you may be on mute.
Monash,
Yes, it's a great pleasure to be here and a privilege.
Australia,
and I
Canadian
look forward
flag.
to the discussion. I'm an emeritus professor of criminology at Monash University. I was the inaugural director of the Monash Centre for the Prevention of Family and Gender-Based Violence. Prior to my career in academia, I worked for approximately 20 years as a community lawyer, specialising in crimes, gendered crimes, sexual assault and family violence. Apart from doing casework, I was also involved in campaigns around those issues. I worked in a women's refuge for a year for women escaping family violence and have a long-term interest in all aspects of gendered violence, national security and the gendering of that, and masculine as kind of organisations like the police and their response to violence against women and gender-based violence.
Thank you so much for joining us again today, Jude. Jane Marie, I'll invite you to go next.
Thank you, Emma, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this roundtable. We're coming to you tonight, our time from the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations, custodians of one of the oldest living cultures in the world. My work for the last decade, been a great privilege to work alongside Jude, has focused on gender and family violence and other forms of gender-based violence as well. So deeply interested in the connection between gendered assumptions and ideas in the families and the ways in which we can trace those pathways through to a lack of security for women, children and others in our community. Thanks, Emma.
Many thanks, Jane Marie. Barbara, if I can turn to you next, please.
Certainly. Thank you, Emma, and thank you for the opportunity to participate and contribute here. I'm looking forward to the conversation. I'm a professor in social science humanities at Ontario Tech University in Oshawa, where I'm also the director of the Center on Hate, Bias and Extremism, and I also hold UNESCO in hate studies. So as you can guess from that, for the past 30 years or so, I've worked in the field of hate studies. More recently, and I think this is the hat I'm wearing today, more recently looking at right-wing extremism in the Canadian context specifically. And I think it's important to have the broader conversation about mass casualty events as not just gendered, but also as raced phenomena. And I think that we see that clearly in many of the Canadian examples, as well as international examples. So that is a very different perspective, I think, that I bring to the table today, looking at that intersection of at least gender and race, and potentially religion and other aspects of identity as well. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Barbara. Wendy, if I may turn to you.
Sure. My name's Wendy Sukier, and I'm joining you today from the traditional unceded territory of the Mississauga of the Credit, the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and Wendat peoples. And I'm joining you from Toronto Metropolitan University. I mention that because we've just gone through a change in our name, in part as recognition of our commitment to truth and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And my formal appointment is in the Faculty of Business, as well as the Policy Studies graduate program at Toronto Metropolitan University. I lead the Diversity Institute here, which is a research center with 130 full-time staff focused on looking at barriers to women and other underrepresented groups, racialized people, Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, and those who identify as LGBTQ2S+, plus many of those intersections. We focus primarily on looking at systemic barriers to those groups, and recently have been focused more on issues of racism, Islamophobia, and so on. The reason I'm here, however, I think primarily is my work with the Coalition for Gun Control, which I co-founded in 1991. And the coalition is an alliance of over 200 organizations, including women's groups, policing organizations, community organizations, and so on, with a focus on reducing gun-related violence. And as part of my academic work, I've published a certain amount on the subject, mostly framed from a public health perspective. So I co-authored a book called The Global Gun Epidemic with Vic Seidel, who is past president of the American Public Health Association. So I bring that perspective to the discussion, and I'm really grateful to be here today.
Wendy, many thanks for joining us today. Alison, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Alison Morganski, and I am Associate Professor and Director of Criminology in the Department of Anthropology, Criminology, and Sociology at Lemoyne College in Syracuse, New York, in the US. Prior to this position, I was at Virginia Wesleyan University in Virginia Beach, Virginia, and prior to that time, I completed my PhD at Rutgers University in Newark, New Jersey, in criminology and criminal justice with a focus on family violence and pathways to offending. This included examining experiences of physical, sexual, and psychological intimate partner violence, parent-to-child violence, sibling violence, and child-to-parent violence, along with different social factors and how they can impact offending later in life. Since then, I have expanded my work in violence and victimization studies, and my work now includes lethal violence in addition to non-lethal violence, and also looks at violence that co-occurs. I've published various works relating to family and intimate partner violence, mass murder, and other gender-based crimes, and my contributions have been theoretical, empirical, and implied. And in addition to traditional research, I engage in various applied work. I consult with various national partners and local community agencies on issues ranging from femicide to domestic and sexual violence and other justice matters, including healthcare and support services for various individuals. And my work on mass murder in particular seeks to build a comprehensive understanding of offending by looking at behavioral patterns across many cases. So I recognize the great toll that these events have on so many, the lives lost, survivors, family, friends, first responders, educators, and so many others who are affected. And the purpose of my work, like all the others that are here today, is not only to learn about these issues, but to find ways to prevent and end violence. So thank you again for inviting me to be here and for all your efforts in addressing these issues.
Alison, many thanks for joining us today. And Amanda, thank you for joining us in person today.
Thank you for having me. My name is Amanda Dale. I wear many hats that are related to the work of the Commission. I have 40 years experience in delivering, leading, and being a frontline worker in social services with a broad range of forms of violence against women. and gender-based violence. I've worked in urban, rural, remote, and international contexts. I've been on numerous advisory panels and spent a decade as the executive director of the Barbara Schleifer Clinic, which is Canada's comprehensive gender-based violence, legal counseling, and language interpretation clinic based in Toronto. In that role alone, I was doing some math last night and I realized that we were responsible for assisting over 60,000 women in the decade that I was there, in identifying how to put their lives back together after experiences of violence. I've played an advanced role in direct access to justice service development, test case litigation, charter challenges, and appellate work, as well as international human rights and public policy changes, all of which respond to the experiences of those who've experienced gender-based violence. Some decades ago, I was a consultant to the so-called Jane Doe audit of Toronto Police Services in the 1990s, following the survivor known as Jane Doe's successful charter challenge to the investigation of sexual assaults. And I spent over a decade as part of a community-based implementation committee and time as a special advisor to the police services to implement those recommendations. I'm also a scholar in the interpretation and implementation of women's international human rights in order to protect against gender-based violence. And I've published in all of the areas that I've indicated. I was the project lead and principal author of an expert engagement to address and prevent gender-based violence here in Canada, producing the report to guide the implementation of a national action plan on violence against women and gender-based violence, which we submitted to the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality. I work with organizations from coast to coast to coast within Canada, internationally, and I teach women's international human rights. I have a master's in international human rights law from the University of Oxford and a PhD from Osgoode Hall Law School.
Many thanks indeed, Amanda, and thank you for being with us today. Jude and Jane Marie, I'm going to begin this roundtable with some discussion of your report, the report that you prepared for the Commission. And we were fortunate to hear testimony from you about the report on Wednesday. And I've designed today's questions carefully so that we don't retrace the ground that you covered last week. But I think it may be helpful if we could begin, and Jude, I'll ask you to respond to this. For the benefit of those who may not have had the opportunity yet to hear your testimony, first of all, what I can tell you is please correct that straight away because it's well worth listening to. But for the time being and the purposes of our conversation, could you please explain why it's important to those who are concerned about the perpetration of mass violence to attend to the links between this kind of violence and gender-based family and intimate partner violence? What's the link that you found?
We found that there is a very strong, what we call an intimate link between gender-based violence, including in particular intimate partner violence and family violence and mass casualty attacks. Typically, what's considered private violence, and that's violence that takes place predominantly in the home and is predominantly men's violence against intimate partners and family members, is considered entirely separately from public violence. But when you, like the public violence, for example, of mass casualty attacks, but when you look at the evidence, you find that the connection is very strong. Firstly, that most mass casualty attacks are in fact family violence. The majority of mass casualty attacks, if you define such attacks as simply by the number of people killed in a short period of time, relatively short period of time, are in fact acts of femicide and familicide, that is the killing of families. But you also see a very strong connection between what are considered these private acts of violence of usually fathers or husbands killing their families and their intimate partners, and more public acts of violence where unrelated, unknown people are targeted, even though the unknown targeting of the targeting of random people, usually in public places, receives more publicity. It's clear that gender-based violence is often a prelude or part of those attacks. So we found the connection existed, in a number of strong ways in the targeting of specific women first, often in more public attacks, mass casualty attacks, in the history of gender-based violence, in the background of the attacker, and also in misogyny as a specific motivation for such attacks, and misogyny and its mix, particularly with right-wing extremism and attacks. And we argue that it's fundamentally important to understand those connections, because relying or moving forward with this false dichotomy between private and public violence means we fundamentally misunderstand the nature of mass casualty attacks. And when we fundamentally misunderstand the nature of such attacks, we're not in a position to prevent them in the future or to respond to them as they're occurring.
Jude, many thanks. And we will, over the course of the roundtable, get into the question of sort of why this mistake gets made in people's understandings of mass casualties. But for now, I do want to ask Jude one more question before turning to Jane Marie. And Jude, it's about the language of public and private. And in your commissioned report, when you describe private violence, you put the word private in quotation marks, and I think as a signal that should be a term that is treated with caution. I wanted to sort of ask you to unpack that a little bit. Why is it a useful shorthand to refer to private violence, but why is that potentially also a problematic way to refer to things like intimate partner and gender-based violence?
Well, it's problematic because when violence is seen as private, one, it fails to see the link with public violence. It imagines that violence remains in neat categories divided between public and private, whereas the evidence base shows clearly that there's a spillover. Violence, and men's violence in particular, which is mass casualty violence, does not stay in categories neatly, but spills between these categories. And it's problematic too, because the idea of private violence, it's not just there's a dichotomy, there's a hierarchy. Definitely public violence is seen as more worthy of intervention, more worthy, for example, of police and security agency interests than private violence. And this dichotomy has fundamentally undermined the human rights of women, because most violence against women is in fact private violence. So it means that this dichotomy means that we often turn away from, deny or minimise private violence as less important.
That's very helpful, Jude. Thank you. Jane Marie, if I can turn now to you, please, and continuing to a certain extent on the themes that I was just exploring with Jude. The first question I want to ask you relates to, it's a similar point, that the use of the term family violence as a capacious term to encompass intimate partner violence and other forms of violence that might occur in the family or the extended family. And you were kind enough to share with me a paper that is now on the record, Commissioners, as P003518. It's a paper produced by an author by the name of Sophie Yates, Gender, Context and Constraint, Framing Family Violence in Victoria. I wonder if you can talk to me about why it's important to keep gender in the frame, even when we're thinking about, for example, family violence, that language.
Thank you, Emma. I think one of the things that I found incredibly helpful in Dr. Yates's work was the distinction between gender as a category and gender as an analytic process that helps us understand how institutions, hierarchies and power work. So each of the terms that we use to talk about violence that is perpetrated, as Jude has said, in a sphere that's kind of identified as private, whether it's domestic abuse, domestic violence, family violence, intimate partner violence, each of those terms has a set of politics and aspirations. And, you know, I think critically important to recognise that all different sorts of stakeholders will have commitments to those terms variously depending on a range of needs that they have and important contexts. Family violence has been very useful because it expands beyond intimate partner violence, which is the type of private violence that we know the most about, to capture violence that was raised in the work of many of those participating in the roundtable, those in the LGBTIQA plus community, child-to-parent violence, elder abuse, for example, all of which can be illuminated by the use of the term family violence. One of the limitations that Dr. Yates points to, however, in that term is the loss of that important context of prevalence in terms of those who experience the violence, who are victim survivors of the violence, and perpetrators, which of course in most contexts, in police reporting, in a very broad range of empirical and analytic sets of data are clearly men. And so there's a potential in the term family violence that there's an equivocation around the critical gendered underpinnings of these patterns.
Thank you very much indeed for explaining that. And Jane-Marie, the last question I want to ask you about sort of terms and terminology and understandings is the word misogyny. It arose in your testimony on Wednesday. It's arisen repeatedly in our proceedings, but I'm not sure it's been defined. And I wonder if you could explain what misogyny means as a first question, then I'll ask you a follow-up.
Thank you, Emma. Although that's a really difficult question, I think there are at least two important elements to keep in mind. The first is that misogyny is often an affective or a feeling state, and it's there in a broad range of contexts, and at the same time as being a kind of a default feeling state that exists in Western societies and really in a range of others too, it also feeds into the structure of institutions and the way in which they're organised, the assumptions on which they're built, the ways in which they work to implement their objectives, or even to understand their objectives, in a sense that assumptions, for example, that women might lie about forms of private violence are deeply rooted in social stereotypes that women are untrustworthy or that they lie. Institutions like the law that kind of talk to black letter and structure themselves as independent arbiters or auditors of a range of kind of social events, are also reflecting the sense that the masculine subject is a neutral subject who doesn't have gender biases or even gender needs. Before the roundtable began, Jude and I were both talking about the paper by Dr. Dale that was presented as part of the roundtable, where in talking about public work that was being undertaken in private, that was so deep focused on attributes of femininity and womanhood, and I think that captures very nicely the way in which the institutional challenge that is embedded in misogyny is also caught up in feelings and emotions, and the two come together very significantly.
Jane Marie, thank you. The paper to which Jane Marie refers, for the record, is P003520. Jane Marie, I'll just ask, unfortunately the link broke up slightly when you began to describe the piece that you're particularly seeing from Dr. Dale's paper as being relevant to this discussion. Could I ask you please to repeat what you said?
Yes, apologies. So I was very struck in the paper. Dr. Dale talked about a campaign about public violence that she took on and stood, but described, I think, in a really critically important way, the personally directed and highly gendered abuse that came right back as a part of that public work. And for me, in thinking about the multiple ways in which misogyny works, I felt that was an extremely indicative or illustrative example where a public discussion about the way that institutions work and the gaps that institutions might express in terms of addressing questions of gender, race, ableism, and the wide range of kind of absences that we find in those structures is also deeply connected to those personal affective states of anger around gender and sex directed towards women.
Thank you so much, Jane Marie. And now my last question, and then you get a little bit of a break. In one of the conversations we were having in preparation for this roundtable, you said to me that recently you've been thinking about the ways in which misogyny is certainly a police responsibility to understand and to counter, but it's also a public responsibility. I wonder if you can explain what you mean by that and expand on that idea a little.
I think in lots and lots of contexts, we see the ways in which our institutions express or embody, even though they might say unwittingly, decisions or attitudes that are misogynistic. So, one of the very significant examples that's been circulating in Australia was an absolutely brutal slaying of a mother and her 3 children, where the ex-partner set them on fire in the car, and a police officer stood up after that and said, what do we see here? We might see a woman, terribly and brutally. So we might also see a man pushed too far. And, I think there we can see immediately a sense of justification, a suspicion, a sense that women don't deserve safety or may have done something to provoke the violence against them, and the kind of ready slippage into that sort of justification, I think, is not only a part of policing, but it's part of everyday quotidian experiences that, in a sense, we all have a responsibility to think to and to respond to. If police forces and institutions come from our society, they're a reflection of who we are, a reflection of how we hold ourselves accountable, in a sense, for this as well, for these types of violence, for their dreadful outcomes, for their everyday banal evil, in a sense that there's been many, many decades of activism and hard work, and, it's a privilege to be part of a table where the decades would add up to many hundreds of years, I think, in a sense, of work that has been committed towards changing some of these attitudes. And I think creating that change is really a shared responsibility that we take on as a community together. seems to me something that we need to consider very carefully in the light of the continued patterns of gender-based violence that we see around us.
Thank you so much. Myrna, I have just realised that my facilitation guide did not include your name at the introductory round, and I'm not sure that I've invited you to introduce yourself, so my sincere apologies. Would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, no trouble. I'm a very relaxed East Coaster, so I knew it eventually would come back around to me, so no problem. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate today. I'm Myrna Dawson, and I am joining you from the Treaty Lands and Territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. I recognize that these lands on which I live and work are home to the many past, present, and future First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. I am a professor of sociology and a research leadership chair in the College of Social and Applied Human Sciences at the University of Guelph. I'm also the founder and director of the Centre for the Study of Social and Legal Responses to Violence, as well as the Canadian Femicide Observatory for Justice and Accountability. From 2008 to 2018, I held a Canada Research Chair in Public Policy and Criminal Justice, and have spent about 2 decades researching violence against women, homicide, and violence more generally. Just very quickly, some of the projects that we have on the go that probably bring me to the table. We have the Canadian Geography of Justice Initiative, which is one of the largest homicide data sets over time with detailed information on all the homicides that have occurred in Canada, which started with a focus on Ontario. Using that data, one of my students recently compared mass killings, non-domestic mass killings to domestic mass killings to see what some of the differences were, focusing on the province of Ontario. I'm also co-director of the Canadian Domestic Homicide Prevention Initiative for Vulnerable Populations, and our focus in that project was on risk assessment and safety planning for 4 groups: Indigenous peoples, immigrant and refugee populations, rural, remote, and northern communities, as well as children exposed to domestic violence. As part of the Femicide Observatory, we work to underscore the distinct types of killings and violence that are experienced by women and girls in particular, and we focus a lot on primary prevention and public awareness about the characteristics of these types of killings. I'm co-authored the background paper on which the Ontario Domestic Violence Death Review Committee, one of the first implemented in Canada, was built, and served as a member for 15 years, stepping down in 2020 to do more research on some of the recommendations coming out of that. And finally, recently have started to look at gender-based violence as a form of hate. So thank you, and once again, no worries, Emma. I knew you'd come back around to me.
Thank you so much for your understanding, Myrna. I have a series of questions for you about your very important work, but if I can begin by inviting you to share any reflections you might have on what Jude and Jean-Marie have shared so far about patterns of gender-based violence, family violence, about misogyny, and how it functions to shape our understanding of mass casualty incidents, but also of violence more generally.
Thank you. Yeah, so I reiterate many of the comments that Jude and Jean-Marie have underscored. And I think, one of the issues that I really value that they have mentioned was the emphasis on the public, which is an area of primary prevention that I think is really important in terms of having the general public understand not only what misogyny means, but how it presents itself in society. And one of the issues that I was thinking about when Jude was talking about the hierarchy of violence, I was thinking about a comment of one of my colleagues who, in a discussion, said, if we had a situation in which 13 women were killed over a series of 4, 6, 8 months by different men across the country, or even in Nova Scotia alone, and no men were killed, would we be even sitting here today? And the answer is no, we wouldn't be, because those are single killings of women that we place lower on our responses. And so, we need to sort of prioritize more common forms of gender-based violence and violence against women and girls. So I think Jude and Jean-Marie have underscored this quite clearly, but I think that's one of the examples that resonates for me. Why do we have to have a group of people killed at one point in time to get us to pay attention?
Thank you, and that's a lovely segue, in fact, to the next question I was hoping to ask you, Myrna, which is course, you've studied both the prevalence and the patterns of intimate partner homicide and familicide in Canada. How prevalent are these forms of violence here?
Familicide and intimate partner homicide. So this is a good question, and thank you for drawing attention to this. I think we have a common understanding in Canada that we are the peaceable kingdom, that we do not have a problem like other countries, and I say other with quotes, in terms of the rates at which familicide or femicide occur. And one of the things that I think we have to do is we have the situation where we're proximate to the United States, which often makes us feel like we are dealing with violence much better. But we also have to compare ourselves to similarly situated countries. And when we do that, we see that our rates of violence, both intimate partner homicide and familicide, are not as good as we think they are. Certainly, some countries bear larger burdens, and in particular, some Latin American countries bear larger burdens of violence against women and girls. But Canada has significant issues as well. And just one example, I mean, before COVID-19, we had high rates of women being killed by male partners. And during COVID, we've seen a 26% increase from 2019 to 2021. And so, percentage increases are just one indicator and a rough indicator of what we're facing. But we do have, the United Nations recently talked about how we haven't seen progress in reducing intimate partner violence and intimate partner homicide in the past 10 years. And Canada is no different, despite very significant legal and social transformations in the way we respond to these types of violence. And so we have to begin to ask ourselves why. And this circles back to what I think Jane Marie and Jude have so eloquently pointed out. It's attitudes, it's the public attitudes and beliefs and stereotypes that continue to play out when violence occurs in the lives of women and girls.
Thank you. And I suspect that your answer to my next question may find us in a similar place, but I'll ask it because I think it's important. Why do forms of violence such as intimate partner violence and familicide receive less official attention and attract less public outrage than mass casualty incidents? I mean, to your point that we wouldn't all be sitting here had these deaths occurred over time and had they all involved women.
I think, there's a number of responses to that. But I often think of some work I did over about 20 years ago on the types of stereotypes and assumptions we have about intimate partner violence, which often leads to it being treated not only as less serious within the criminal legal system, but also within the general public. And that's things like they're crimes of passion, that they can't be prevented because they're crimes of passion, that it's usually mutual abuse, it's just a certain population. They can't be deterred. So those sorts of stereotypes and assumptions, and I remember putting a table together, and I was looking at that when I was preparing for today, and I was thinking none of those stereotypes and attitudes have changed. And I think that comes back to the emphasis on primary prevention. We need to start to challenge those attitudes within the general public and assumptions because they're not empirically supported. For example, men who kill their female partners often premeditate the crimes more often than non-intimate partner homicide. So that crime of passion stereotype is not supported, but very strong. And so if we don't start to challenge those in the general public, it's the general public that feeds into the sectors that respond to violence against women and children. And so those working in those sectors, including the criminal legal system, the police, they come from the public. They get some training, and maybe training is another thing that I'd like to sort of mention in a second, is that we don't challenge those attitudes. It's a big issue. It's big to think about changing people's attitudes about the normalization and minimization of violence against women and girls, but it's one that we have to take on because otherwise I don't think we'll proceed to make any more progress until we do. And then just quickly, as part of that, primary prevention within the sectors, I think I would like to see more of a focus on what exactly are we training within the sectors? What types of training are being offered? What is the quality? What is the content? What is the quantity? And what is the impact? Have we looked at the impact of that training over time in a longitudinal way? And I think that's another issue that would help us move forward in terms of thinking about why we haven't seen changes.
Thank you, Myrna. And the question of the quality of data and opportunities to understand, study closely what's going on and what might help, it is something that we'll loop back to towards the end of the roundtable. For now, I'd like to pick up though on, you alluded to work that you've recently been doing on gender-based violence as a form of hate crime. And I wonder if you can speak more to what you've been learning through that research.
Yes, thank you. So when we started the Canadian Femicide Observatory, one of the issues that we did want to highlight that was femicide was a type of a hate crime. And recently I had the opportunity to delve into this further in terms of thinking about gender-based violence as a hate crime. And what I found was, excuse me, what I found was we do have the mechanisms in Canada, we do have the legislation in Canada to treat violence against women and girls as a hate crime, because within the Canadian human rights legislation, as well as in the criminal code sections, sex or gender identity is recognized as one of the identifiable groups that should be protected or included. And it has been for several decades. But in looking back over police recorded hate crimes, sex, for example, has never represented higher than 3% of all recorded hate crimes. And so it's virtually invisible, even though it's theoretically included in our hate crime framework. So we all know that there's problems with police recorded hate crime because there's a tendency to miss some of these crimes if they're not reported, and hate crimes are significantly underreported as well. So a piece of research actually compared self-report data for a one-year period, focusing on 2014, and found that 22% of the respondents actually reported sex-motivated hate crimes, compared to the less than 3% in police reported. So that's 7 times what we actually know is occurring. And again, it's probably higher than that because we don't actually talk about violence against women and girls as a hate crime. And one of the emerging explanations for that is because feminists have been very successful, and rightly so, in identifying the power and control motivations behind violence against women and girls, particularly in the context of intimate relationships. However, does power and control as a motivation preclude hate also being a motivation? Or put another way, could hate be the precursor for wanting to have power, control, or dominate over a woman? So there's been a lot of work. Canada is not unique in the invisibility of violence against women and girls as a form of hate or hate crime. It's been one of the most ignored identities in hate crime legislation, I think, globally. But it is something that we need to grapple with, particularly in the Canadian context, since we've seen many instances over the last decade which have demonstrated motives of hate.
Thank you very much. Alison, if I can turn to you, please. In your paper, the title of which is Making a Murderer, and for the record, that's P003515, you identify that mass casualty attacks are generally planned, overwhelmingly committed by men, and frequently target victims who are known to the perpetrators. What have you learned in your research about the history of family violence and gender-based violence among perpetrators, and how that relates to the targets they choose?
Thank you. That is a loaded question, and I will do my best to answer that in the time I have. So one of the things that some of you were just previously talking about really relates a lot to the normalization of violence. And I think before getting into a response to your answer, it's important to note that one can find examples historically as well as currently of policies that inflict harms upon women and girls, and various others, from past times where women were treated as property and rape and partner violence were not criminalized, to current times where we're still working to implement laws that recognize coercive control, technology facilitated abuse, and the personhood and safety and security of women and girls. These are all things that we really need to take into account to consider where we are and how that might shape our thoughts, feelings, actions, and more. So I did want to start out just by noting that because domestic violence, stalking, sexual harassment, and other types of gender-based violence occur with great frequency, and they have been treated far less seriously than other crimes, with responses being far from ideal. And that really stems from that deep rooted cultural beliefs and entitlements that we see. So when it comes to the phenomenon of mass casualties, cultural frames are really important. To date, we have degendered a gendered problem, and that's problematic. So we've overlooked cultural frames, yet research shows us that these crimes are predominantly perpetrated by male offenders who adhere to rigid patriarchal gender ideologies. They perceive threats to their social standing from others or experience some kind of shame that emanates from their gender ideals. And they believe that violence is the appropriate solution to a sense of shame or emasculation. And they often have histories of violence against others. So it's more of an escalation process than a random occurrence. So going back to your question, I think that it's really critical and highly important that we first debunk myths and then shed light on what some of the realities are, because we tend to oversimplify complex problems. And by doing that, we're not going to effectively address the problems until we recognize how complex these problems actually are. So in much the same way that we've come a long ways in understanding the causes of family violence and gender-based crimes, we are growing in terms of recognizing causes of mass casualties. These events do not happen at random. Perpetrators think about the attacks well in advance, and that's well substantiated by the research. They end up selecting their targets, they choose the weapons intentionally, and they end up having their own rationale and reasons in advance of the attacks. So they inflict harm upon those who they either feel hurt by, for those that they might feel destined to protect or safeguard in some way, or to meet other kind of masculine markers of manhood. And that's really important to recognize. So contrary to media reports that these are random acts, we do see they are highly calculated acts and often planned out weeks, months, sometimes years in advance. We also see numerous warning signs along the way. So that's also something to consider. So in regards to some of the explanations that we hear about in terms of what we have been hearing, we hear about mental health, we hear about guns, we hear about violent media, and occasionally we might hear about bullying. But a lot of this, again, does not acknowledge some of these important gender frames. As an example, a Pew Research study poll ended up looking at least at violence, or we looked at data in the United States, which we have unfortunately, really high rates of mass casualty events in comparison to other similar countries. But when we look at rates of gun ownership, women own about guns, 22% of women in the United States own a firearm, 39% of males do. So we see that their ownership is there. We also know that women experience different types of mental health issues. And one of the things to also note is that women often experience higher rates of post-traumatic stress disorder. They also have higher rates of anxiety and depression, and also experience impulse control disorders like their counterparts do, according to the American Psychological Association. Women and girls also consume violent media, music, television, and more, and they're also subject to social marginalization, humiliation, harassment, and of course, violence, right? But we don't really see the rates of women and girls going and committing and perpetrating these harmful acts of violence, right? So if we're any of these factors alone, we would likely have more female representation among the perpetrators, and that's not the case, right? So this is pointing to another issue, and it's not mental health issues alone. It's not that these individuals are loners. In fact, a lot of them also belong to peer groups that are pro-abuse groups, right? So we see them as members of online technology communities where they come together with like-minded peers to commiserate with one another over personal or perceived failures or shortcomings. And we see that it's, again, not merely gun ownership, but gun culture and a glorification of violence, and it's a lot of factors. So we need to look at biology, psychology, social factors, and cultural factors. And one of the important notes to consider in this is that culture really shapes everything else in between. So we don't really think about the role of culture, but culture ends up shaping group dynamics. It shapes socialization experiences. Those socialization experiences in turn might shape one's psychology, and that might shape one's thoughts and feelings, which then ends up feeding back into the system. So if someone adheres to violent ideals, let's say cultural ideals, they might be more likely to engage in violence against a family member. Untreated or unresolved trauma increases the likelihood for that person to experience different types of mental health issues or also things that they're grappling with, right? Which in turn might influence the way they perceive themselves and others. And then that might end up leading to them internalizing strain or externalizing it. They might develop depression or suicidal ideation. If they're internalizing it, externalizing it, they might have aggression against others. That then again feeds back into this system. So I think it's really critical that we recognize these larger frames because as I said in my paper, it's very similar to the fish are the last to discover they're swimming in water. We're often not aware of these forces that are around us, and we tend to pay attention more so to psychology and mental health, sometimes family relations, but we rarely pay attention to community institutions like policing or tech communities or these other institutions that play a role in shaping who we are. And we even less pay attention to some of these cultural frames that are really critical to consider historically as well as contemporarily how we're situated.
Thank you, Alison. And we'll pick up on some of those threads as the roundtable progresses. But for the time being, I was especially interested in that portion of your paper where you consider about who is targeted within a mass casualty attack and where those attacks often begin. And I wonder if you can speak to what your paper says and what your research suggests about that.
Sure. So it says that there's compelling evidence overall that these mass casualty offenses are highly gendered and that they're tied to other types of violence, specifically intimate partner violence, but also other kinds of violence that might be based on prejudice or against a member of a different background based on race, religion, or other social identity markers. Because most of this violence is perpetrated by male offenders against intimate partners who are often female, it means that the typical target is a female intimate partner and those who are in close proximity. That could be children, relatives, it could be neighbors, coworkers, or other individuals who are nearby. And something that we often see are that there's a pattern of problematic behavior that has come to the attention of authorities, and oftentimes we see this escalation of violence. So I don't know if you'd like me to give you some examples of cases here in the United States and Canada, and if that might play into your question here, but I'd be happy to talk about some of those connections as well.
That would be great, Alison. We are likely to come to some of the Canadian examples, I think, as our discussion progresses. But if you could perhaps share some examples from the US context, some of those that you've studied, I'd be very interested to hear that.
Sure. So one doesn't really need to dig too deep to find this information. And we see that in many of these offenders' histories, in fact, the paper that you refer to found that well over 80% of these individuals had a history of violence against women and girls. And that's one of the most robust factors that's present among these offenders, much more prevalent than mental health or other factors that we see. So as an example of the connection between gender-based violence and mass murder, there are many different cases. So it's also important to note when problematic episodes come to the attention of persons in power, they could be met with ineffective responses. And that's also an area that I think needs further discussion. So one of the cases is a case where a man killed 17 individuals and hurt others in Parkland, Florida in 2018. He harassed, stalked, and threatened to kill his ex-girlfriend prior to the incident. He was expelled for fighting with her boyfriend. He also had numerous contacts with the police for abusive and threatening behavior that was directed towards his mother. Over 30 police reports were filed, and his online profile communicated homicidal, anti-Black, anti-Muslim sentiments. And even though he engaged in harassing behavior against his mother, ex-girlfriend, and her boyfriend, and likely others, and institutions were aware, he was still able to legally purchase firearms that he ended up using in this event. As another example, in 2017, a man killed 26 in a church in Sutherland Springs, Texas. He was a domestic abuser who was court-martialed on charges of an assault after he beat, strangled, and threatened his first wife with the gun and fractured his infant son's skull. He was discharged from the military for poor conduct, and he later remarried. He was then investigated for crimes against other women, including rape and sexual assault. And in a separate incident, he pled guilty to animal cruelty for maltreating his dog. In another case, there was a case where an Army veteran from Alaska killed 5 people and injured others in a mass shooting attack in Fort Lauderdale, Florida in 2017. After this individual returned from service, he was arrested for a physical altercation with his girlfriend and a subsequent violation of a protection order. The charges stemmed from a prior incident where he broke down and removed a bathroom door, hit his girlfriend, and attempted to strangle her. So time and time again, what we're seeing are individuals that have these histories of violence, right? And that is one of several factors that we need to consider, but one that is highly prevalent in these cases. And I won't speak to the Canadian cases yet, but the evidence suggests that these links are found within these cases as well.
Thank you very much, Alison. Wendy, I think this is a good moment to turn to you. We know that mass casualty incidents are perpetrated by a variety of means. Jude and Jean-Marie have referred to a recent Australian case involving fire. We have recent cases in Canada involving van attacks. If we look to Europe, high-powered crossbows, even bombs. When many people think about intimate partner violence, the use of firearms is unlikely to be the first means that they think of. Why is it important to consider the accessibility of firearms when thinking about the prevalence and the lethality of intimate partner violence and mass casualty incidents?
Thanks very much for the question. And I think, just much of the work that we've been doing really reinforces points that have already been made. So I won't underscore them, other than to say, I think it's important to note that gender is not just a factor in domestic violence or mass casualties or mass shootings, but in fact, most violent crimes. So I think that's worth noting. And I wanted to just pick up on something Alison noted, because the comparing the circumstances of men and the circumstances of women with respect to primary causes and access to firearms, and yet this massive difference in outcomes that we see with respect to the involvement of men as perpetrators of all kinds of violence. We can actually apply a similar analysis when we look at the availability of firearms. And there is very clear evidence that the availability of firearms, whether we're talking about domestic violence, is shown to increase the likelihood a woman will be killed, increase the likelihood there will be multiple victims, increases the likelihood there will be a suicide as well. And we know with mass casualties, while there are other means used, as you mentioned, when firearms are used, the numbers are often higher, and firearms are more frequently, if you look worldwide, firearms are more frequently used than, for example, explosives in mass killings. But I wanted to really point to the other piece that I think is important that we consider, and that is the availability of firearms. And if we look, for example, and I would argue too often we compare Canada to the United States, and too infrequently do we compare Canada to, for example, OECD countries, where we're fourth in the rate of firearm death and injury. But if we look at the UK, Canada, Australia, and the USA, for example, and we look at homicides broadly, using all means, beatings, stranglings, etc., without firearms, what we see is the rates per 100,000 of homicide in Canada, the UK, and Australia are almost identical. The US is twice as high on a per capita basis as in Canada. When, however, we specifically look at homicides with firearms, it's a really different picture. So the rate of murders with firearms in Canada, for example, is 16 times higher than in the UK. Just by comparison, we had 270 murders last year. They had 30. It's a six times higher than we see in Australia. And it's about a tenth of what we see in the United States. And the reason I point this out is because the UK has problems with substance abuse. The UK has problems with inequality. The UK has all of those root causes that we associate with violence, and yet there is a massive difference in the overall homicide rate that I would argue is a function of the availability of firearms. Of course, in Canada, we're disadvantaged because we are so close to the US border, and so there are limits to the extent to which our controls are effective. But I do think that the availability of firearms is very clearly a risk factor when it comes to femicide. Women are far more likely to be killed if a firearm is present. And there are also risk factors with respect to suicide and other forms of interpersonal violence as well.
Wendy, thank you for sharing those statistics and that comparative analysis with us. I want to make sure that I heard you correctly on one point, which was you mentioned that the use of firearms increases the number of casualties in a mass casualty or the lethality in that sense. Did I hear that correctly?
In general, you have more fatalities when firearms are involved, and particularly when certain firearms are involved. And there's been research, for example, undertaken on what happens when you have military assault weapons or semi-automatic military-style weapons used, and the rates with which people are killed. I also want to just, if I may, pick up on one other point, and this is an unpublished paper, but we did look at about 20 incidents of mass shootings in Canada, and a mass shooting was defined as a case where 4 people were killed or injured or more. And so if you look over the last 20 years, there are approximately 20. And when we analyze the circumstances of those and the firearms used and so on, we find that the vast majority of the firearms were legally owned or were diverted from legal owners. In only 2 cases did we find examples of smuggled guns, for example. So the framing of gun violence as a problem of smuggled guns and gangs and so on completely misrepresents, I think, where the risks lie. In 2 cases, you could clearly associate them with gang-related violence, so some kind of conflict where someone goes in with a gun, shoots at people who they think are their enemies, and there are bystanders who are involved. 3 of them would be considered random, where the shooter and the victims were not known to each other, and often in those cases, hate is a factor. 3 were workplace related, where someone was pursuing someone that they knew into the workplace, and as a result, others were killed. The Concordia University example would be one. 4 of them involved police officers being targeted, ambushed, and a focus of the violence. The other 10 all had family dimensions to them. So half the mass shootings in the last 20 years in Canada had a dimension that was related either to intimate partner violence or more broadly defined family violence.
Thank you very much for sharing that analysis with us. Amanda, I'm going to turn to you. The paper that we have from you in our record, Gun Control and Women's Rights in Context, P003520, you recount your experience as Executive Director of the Barbara Schleifer Clinic, bringing a constitutional challenge to a change in the firearms regulations here in Canada, and specifically the abolition of the long gun registry. In that paper, you describe seeking to make an equality-based argument about the disproportionate impact that change would have on women and women's safety, and you recount that challenge was unsuccessful. But I want to ask you specifically, what is the link that you were seeking to draw the court's attention to between gun regulation, gun control, and women's equality?
Well, to build on everything that's gone before, the link really was both empirical and cultural. So empirically, women, when they're killed by guns, are most often killed by legally owned, at that time, registered guns. So we were making the association between the protections in the Charter that account for both security of the person in Section 7 and equality in Section 15. And we were saying that by dysregulating those guns which specifically and statistically are more often used in the murders of women, as opposed, and leaving in place measures which protect against those guns that are most often used in the murders of men, there was a disproportionate and unequal application of the law. So that was the basis of the argument. And it came both from the statistical information and the kind of research that people like Wendy Sukier conduct. But it also came from our experience frontline, taking calls daily from women who were not just killed by guns, but guns are used to intimidate, terrorize, control, and maintain control over a long period of time. So often by the time a woman made a call to us, there had been, in many cases, decades of this kind of control being exercised through the use of guns. And so it was that practical application of knowing that if a police officer wanted to protect that particular woman, and there was no link between the license and the registration, they would not be in a position to be able to carry out the intention of the law. And we trace this back to a disproportionate effect and a differential effect on women.
Thank you. And just to confirm, the experience that you allude to, the frontline experience you allude to, is the experience of the Barbara Schleifer Clinic and
Correct. So one of the things that during the decade that I was there, we changed our intake process from a simple lineup of people who called to a triage system, much like a hospital would. And in that triage system, we had indicators that we had garnered from both the research, the Death Review Committee, the kind of research that these scholars undertake, but also from our frontline knowledge of the kinds of long threads of threat that weave themselves through the lives of women. And we made a decision to use the standardized tests and alter them for the experience that we had with the kinds of stories that we knew from decades and decades of experience. I just want to make it clear that this is based on not a weekend seminar on risk assessment. This is about ingrained, deep experiential knowledge of we talked about years of experience. When I added up the years of experience in the clinic, we got to over 1,000 years of cumulative experience of all the folks who worked there. So it's based on that interpretation of the existing and standardized risk assessment tools that we put as one of our top markers the presence of a gun. And the presence of that gun was also a high indicator if it was a licensed gun, because those are ready to hand, not because those guns are worse, but because they were ready to hand. They are in many households, which means in an escalating situation of intimidation and violence, it's there, and it's permanent. It's not a knife. It's not even the highest risk. Other forms of violence like strangulation don't have the immediate lethal effect of a gun. And so the presence of a gun, we felt, was the highest risk indicator on our list of high risk indicators.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears a little bit now, but stay with you, Amanda. You recently served on a coordinating committee that helped to produce an implementation guide for a national action plan on violence against women and gender-based violence. Why is a national action plan important, and what benefits could implementation have for the prevalence of gender-based and intimate partner violence?
Well, again, it's a question I want to relate back to some of the discussion that's come before. So from the work we've heard about already this morning, we know that the continuum of violence from interpersonal to public has to be looked at. We can't frame each step of that violence and separate it out as if it's not relevant. So what we did in the National Action Plan, the framework that we submitted to the federal government, was to look at all the different areas of public policy that needed to be engaged with a lens of looking at the impact of gender-based violence on decisions in public policy. And so it's not, everybody keeps saying it's not a simple matter. It's not a simple matter, but it's also not an unknown matter. It's a matter which we know a great deal about. And in fact, we talked earlier, there was some mention of UN statistical frameworks. We know that the UN declared violence against women a global pandemic in 2013. So we've known for a very long time that this is not something you can have a bake sale for. And that's what shelters and women's organizations across the country are doing. They're holding bake sales to keep themselves open. This is everyone's problem. It's not the local shelter that needs to do a better job at its fundraising. This is a global problem that needs a pandemic level investment. That was the frame we put around our action plan for the federal government. And we carved up the 4 pillar areas by drawing together 40 experts from across the country who are differently situated in all kinds of ways in different communities, rural, urban, East Coast, West Coast, North, center of Canada, intersectional identity markers for both the people on the pillars that we put together, as well as in their research. So the pillars that we think need to be addressed are what you could broadly call the enabling environment. So those would be the social infrastructure that surrounds all of us. And that gender lens that people have been talking about needs a specific understanding of the impact of violence on how those systems need to be set up and operated. And we gave very specific recommendations for each of these categories. I'm not going to drag you through them. The report is over 400 pages, so I'm giving you what I can in the time I have. We also, importantly, and this has been talked about a lot today, this is crucial, we talked about prevention. And prevention is a continuum. It's not simply a primary act. It's also prevention of reoccurrence. So it's not just primary school, it's throughout the life cycle prevention. And we've never had a consistent approach to prevention. And we talk in that section about the prevention of perpetrators and the kinds of nuanced investments that need to distinguish between types of perpetrators, stages of perpetration in their life cycle, and when we can prevent and when we're past prevention. We had a pillar on the promotion of responsive legal systems and justice systems. This is a huge area. Often it's the first place that investments go. But the technical side of the law is not usually the problem. Canada, in a global context, has excellent laws. What we don't have is excellent implementation. And there are a whole number of reasons why that is the case. And we've enumerated what those reasons are. And just to flag that training, as was mentioned, is often also a first go-to. Let's dump some money on training, sensitivity training. It goes far deeper than that, and that is like dropping water on the Sahara. It is an endless drain on resources if it's not done structurally, properly, and with, and I think this word needs to be underscored, accountability. There needs to be actual accountability to whether things have been implemented. And then our last category was support for survivors and their families. And this is often that sort of, I call it the threadbare weaving across the country of resourceful people, usually women, who are running services on a shoestring, who work a 90-hour week and don't have a pension. It's not a sustainable system. It's not a thoughtful system. It's not a system that is set up to deal with a pandemic. It's a system that has evolved kind of like my father's farmhouse, where each new generation built a new addition onto the farmhouse, but you have to step up to get into the other guy's house, and then you fall down to get into the next generation's house. It's a rickety system that is not actually set up with the safety of a survivor who's in a national context in mind. And those were the holes that we identified and the systems that we identified. And I think we came up with something like 78 recommendations, primary recommendations, many of which had sub-recommendations. And I would say if you had to take one recommendation out of all 78, it was to ensure that there was a coordinated response, not, oh, we're going to invest here and make an announcement, but it's not related to what we're doing over here, which might actually contradict the announcement we just made, and that it has to have a measurement, accountability, and learning component. Otherwise, we don't know what's working. We keep investing in things that we haven't tested. We stop investing in things that we think work, but nobody could prove it. And we don't have any coordination between the pieces that would actually wrap around a survivor and a community, I might add, so that a community is safe from a perpetrator's violence.
Amanda, thank you for summarising 400 pages in about 3 minutes. It's much appreciated. Commissioners, the implementation guide has been tendered and it's available as Exhibit P 003509. I was about to change to a new topic, and I'm going to suggest that this might be a good moment for us to have a 15-minute break.
Yes, thank you so much. We'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Been helping out. Trying to. Now, who wishes to help me find, because I need help. How's that? So let's work together on this one. Who wishes to find me where Lisa said on Friday, in her audio testimony or her video testimony, that she was isolated from her family? Can we work on that one? Can we get some people to? this is leading somewhere. I need examples of where, or in her written testimony, where she said that she was isolated. Wortman kept her isolated from her family. Sorry, I've been going back trying to do that, but it would make it much easier if they had the transcripts, but I can't remember the timestamps on these kinds of things. I know other people take notes. Perhaps somebody in here can remember. Maybe I'll go back. Lisa Banfield statements. This will lead somewhere, and it will be, I think, fairly good. Might open a few doors. But I need to, I'm very good on proof. Anybody willing to step up? That would be great. I can see where she speaks about it a little bit, but in her interview with Jillian, examples of where she said isolate. Kept me all to himself. These are some terms I've seen around that she's used. Didn't allow me to see my family. That's written, where's that here? I'm pretty sure she said it in the video. She said that she was going to keep he was going to keep her to himself. The controlling behavior, where she could go, where, she couldn't see her family. Most importantly, the point is she could not see her family. Page 81 with the statement with Jillian, she states it to an extent. Would have been Thursday. Well, yes, people have posed this question, but there's some fairly strong refutative evidence, but I wish to have her words. Perhaps I won't worry about that at this time, and we'll just go ahead, because you guys all know that was what's coming across, right? At least the MCC is definitely stating that, and sowing those seeds, the isolating behavior, and I'm fairly certain in her own words, she stated that he was keeping her away. Okay, so let's look at why I'm saying that. She also said that she would need a break from gone for 4 days. Yeah, okay. I have much stronger refutative evidence. Okay, and it's going to open up a whole can of whoop ass, I think. Possibly. but I want to have some examples. So if any of you can think of where great minds can find where she's spoken about that, that would be great. But we'll move past that for now. Now, why am I'm saying this? Okay, so, and this is fairly strong. So stay with me. I don't know if I'm going to have time. I don't know how long they go on for. Could not be allowed to see her own family. I believe, I'm fairly certain that was what she said. All right, now, let's make sure that window is, well, let's just stop. Let's do this. So, it still will raise the point anyways, but if we have the other pieces, that will fit. Great. All right, so this is the property deed titles for down on Orchard Beach. Let's get rid of this goo. Now, the investigative supplementary report, okay, on real estate holdings. These are not all of his holdings, obviously. Here's the link. So, if we scroll down here, there's this one here, okay? So let me see here. Give me 1 second. Oh, I don't want to reveal that yet. Okay. Now, this passage. Right here. Okay. This is south of the warehouse, 2 lots south, second lot south. Parcel of land sold to Northumberland Investments to Maureen Frances Banfield, 19th of March, 2018. There is no evidence of this being mortgaged by Maureen Banfield, which would suggest that either the property was gifted or paid in full at the time of the transfer. Now, Northumberland Investments, according to Lisa's statements, she says that she owns the companies. She just lets him run it. She doesn't have any idea. But she's on the title. But why would a controlling man either gift or it was paid for in full, but sell property to Maureen? That doesn't make sense. You're bringing her in closer, right? You're bringing your family around. That doesn't add up. The parcel of land was then transferred, sold by Maureen Banfield to the current owner, Triple M Property Developments Incorporated, 12th of March, 2021, almost 3 years to the day. I have attached a copy of that deed as information. Okay, so that's in that statement, right? The property things here that I showed you, I just highlighted and stuff so that we could all see it. I've linked the document there. Now, so 1 point, you try to isolate your family member, but you either give a piece of property to that family member, or you sell it and they happen to pay it all outright. So suggests that they gave it, whereas it doesn't have the bracket sold. Transferred bracket sold to on that one to Maureen, which means that there is to triple because triple M has it. So that means that there's probably a mortgage placed on it. Now, who's triple M? This is interesting. Triple M Property Developments Incorporated, Nova Scotia. Triple M Property Developments. Extra Provincial Corporation Provincial, based out of Alberta. So it's an Alberta company that's registered now in Nova Scotia also. Originally from Alberta, now registered in Nova Scotia, right? That bought the piece of property from Maureen almost 3 years to the day and after this took place, right? I have looked up this address. There's some interesting tenants down there. Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police Association is down there. I cannot find what Suite 10 is. I would like to know what Suite 10 is specifically. But I think I may have somebody who may go. This address is a law firm here in Calgary that has a lot of government businesses. They set up a lot of government businesses. Okay, interesting. Triple M Property Developments. Relationships. William Murphy, Director, CEO. Patrick McDonald, Officer, Vice President. Bjorn Mersbach, President. King of Portapique. Who wanted to be the king of Portapique? I think it was stated by Brenda. Bjorn. With a company in Alberta is buying the property in Portapique. An extra provincial, I believe Bjorn is a carpenter. Is that not so? Not understanding this one here. So you can look up Triple M Property. They have a website. I've seen websites like this before. I don't know for sure that this is their website. Okay. Coming soon, but I believe that it is. The picture on it, funnily enough, is quite unique. Or it has a certain feel. The website always has, these websites have a certain feel. If you do a tin eye on the image, this image, right? If I go run that through tin eye, I get back 413 hits. So it's a fairly common photo, stock type photo. Now, let's open up some of these websites. Coming soon, is that what that said before, right? Your net team out of Washington, Michigan. Address. None listed. Okay. Same look. Exactly the same. West Coast Hosting.com. Owned and operated by engineers, not bankers. No contact information. Nothing. Okay. No, 10-minute, it's not a bunk address. Okay, that's VMEs. Interesting. A lot of these websites dead end, but the ones that you come across are exactly the same. The ones that I have traced addresses on and stuff come back to houses. Slovenia, Argentina. They have Gmail addresses. Bjorn Mersbach buys the land from Maureen, who it was, by the looks of it, gifted to by the abuser and his spouse. How does that work exactly? It doesn't seem very abusive to me. You're going to bring somebody in so they can see the abuse more. Does that add up there? Real estate speculation cash could count. I think that that's fairly important. Triple M Properties and Maureen's receivership of the land. Now, if you look up Windmill Road, what is it here? The address that's listed there. You will get Chiefs of Police Association is listed at that address. Where is it? Then it's run out of McInnes Cooper, who's involved in stuff here. Let's look this up. It is an industrial park. Yeah. He won't come and give testimony. Why? Why is that? Unit 32. I've driven around the building trying to find it. I can't. I think you have to go inside. But look what this is. Here. The Police Association and the Chiefs of Police is out of 1000 Windmill Road. A 1000 Windmill Road. There's many businesses in there. I'm not saying that that is, in fact, so. Unit 10, specifically, Suite 10. What is that? I think that's worth somebody driving over there and having a look. What is Suite 10? Why does Bjorn have a company here in Alberta? because it registers here in Alberta first, which I'll find out about later. And then goes to, so it registered, purchased the property from the company when it was based out of Alberta. And then set up the company, because if you look at the dates, 3rd of May. So purchased the property before it was registered in Nova Scotia. One on Windmill, one on Arkley. Or sorry, Ackerley. 1000 Windmill Road. Extra Provincial Incorporated Company. Seems like a lot of trouble to go to buy a piece of property. First adults to encounter Gabe. Did Bjorn encounter Gabe or just witness? It's a plaza. Yes, it does. It has several offices. I'm not suggesting that it is, in fact, the police association. I just find it interesting that the police association and the Chiefs of Police Association also is down there, are tenants. But a lot of people that are listed in there don't actually have addresses, so I don't know what Suite 10 is. Thank you. That would be a great help. Suite 10. But why, if Lisa was so controlled and he didn't want her to see her family, and it did say, what was it here? Page 81 on this document. Oops, that's not it. Oh, I've got the wrong one now. Would you gift a piece of property? Really? What evidence do they have? Maxwell, Troy Maxwell's statement, one who took Branda's statement. He's like, no, that's not what I was there for. I have to read it. Well, I'll read it out because I'm going to go through Branda's stuff. Then I'm going to start to bring in other sides to this story because I find it very interesting that they have a lot of documents that say some very, very interesting things. Speak exactly opposite. And coming from people that it shouldn't come from, i.e., family members who have encountered him. Why? They have this very positive opinion of him from what they know. And then there you can see, reading their statements, they're having difficulty reconciling what took place and the man that they knew. They see a man who treats like maybe I should just read it. But it's more involved than just one statement. It starts to open up some other stuff. So you have three people, four people outside of the family that speak to abuse. Anybody read Nancy Hudson's statement? Yeah. Who is free to read a statement at this point in time? I want to divvy up some, but I'm trying to figure out what we should do at this point in time. So here's Nancy Hudson's statement. Who will read this statement? 22 pages. Well, let's read it aloud. I don't know if these other people are worth spending time on at this point in time. I'd like to see what she has to say. So give me one moment. I'll link that down below here. Buy ammunition. And who paid for that? Who actually physically picked up the ammunition? Who transferred that ammunition? Who was aware of the guns? Who was terrified that police may get shot with those guns? So you're going to purchase ammunition for them. Sweet 10 is I, Brandon Dion Music Incorporated. So they're receiving mail for Triple M property, an interprovincial company. Something doesn't feel right, and that's probably an understatement. So give me one moment. I didn't seem to get any votes for continuing with their stuff, which is always just built to say, why are we doing this? Why are they, that's all it just does. Gets people locked in the, and it's nothing productive and takes everything away. We're not even going to, like they just started with, we're not even going to talk about anything. Of course they're not. All it is just to get people locked down into, I just don't understand why they're doing this. They understand exactly why they're doing it. And every flag on the corner of their paychecks every paycheck has a flag in the corner. Government MCC, RCMP it is Canadian government, NPF, siphoning money off government employees, supposedly representing them, right? Attorney General, government. It's all just the same circle. There's no independence. Government witnesses. So I'm wondering what this iBrand and music is. It's also attached to a Triple M storage, and Triple M storage has nothing, which I've never quite seen that before. I'm not intimately familiar with Nova Scotia joint stocks, but the page that it brings up, Triple M storage, has nothing listed. Like zip. It's just an incorporated date and next filing date. It has no relationships, no officers, no address, no anything. That seems like a total blank slate. Not trying to dox, just curious, very curious. Why that? All right, so I'm going to grab a coffee. I guess we'll read Nancy Hudson's statement together because I haven't read it. I'm familiar with her story somewhat, which kind of evolved over time, Nancy and John. But that was another witness outside of the family that spoke to abuse. So grab yourself coffee and we'll get at her. righty there. Number 10. Hi, Brandon Music. Maybe we should do a quick trace on that. Find out what that's about. Brandon Dion Music. All right, yeah, let's just do a quick run on that. There we go. I agree, whatever. Going on. There is Mr. Clayfield. Let's try that. All right, so we have 2. Oh, we have another extra provincial company. Corporation. Federal. Pool. Okay. 7 Parker. Unit 55. Sean Boyle. All right, so I think this... So it looks like Sean Boyle is an agent. Now, he wasn't attached to the recognized agent in Nova Scotia is McInnes. But the Sean Boyle, anybody know the name? When was it founded? Registered on February 5th, 2021. And where is it operating out of? That's interesting. It's a federal extra-provincial corporation. I'll have to ask about that one. 7 Parker Street, Unit 55. I suspect that's going to be an apartment, is it not? Yeah. Lots of people who live in apartments have businesses. Let's go back to the other one, the sole proprietorship. Sean Boyle is a lawyer. Another apartment. Dissolved. So they dissolved the sole proprietorship and then set up the partnership. Filed a name change 2019. Dissolution. He was the previous occupant, ironically next to GC surplus. Is that so? Okay, great eyes. '66 Lakefront Road, which is an apartment. So I don't know if we can narrow that down then. Did they specify the address or they just said a lakefront address? Well, I'm going to go into some of that. It was listed. I remember because an old friend used to live there in an apartment. It was listed. Okay, does somebody want to look that up then? And I'll read Mr. Hudson's statement. We'll continue investigating the Triple M. But more importantly on that side, I think, is you obviously wouldn't bring somebody in a family closer to you. You wouldn't give them a gift, I don't think, but you wouldn't bring them closer to you so that then you can witness more abuse. Nonsensical. But of course, it's Lisa's, partly Lisa's company. Anyway. Notice how they didn't ask that in the MCC. Very certain key questions weren't asked about certain people. Maybe that was not permitted. Yes. That doesn't make sense. So we have Brenda out. Brenda is most certainly out. Not even credible to begin with. Hearsay, but not credible at all anymore. I think there may be some issues going on there. All right, now let's go to Nancy Hudson's statement. And somebody, if I'll try and keep an eye out for the lakefront address. If somebody wants to punch that one up, that would be great. Also, military housing in that apartment. Okay, interesting. He's a young male that plays music, Brandon Dion. Okay, I'm not trying to dox anybody, just wondering. Could all just be on that. It's just strange, very strange. Why would you set up a company in Alberta to then set up a company in Nova Scotia when you do cabinetry work? Okay. May 15th, 2020. Kershaw. It's always important to witness or to know who's doing the interviewing. You get the names of the players, dates. It all usually tells you where an investigation is going, why they're doing what they're doing. So we've got Kershaw and Burris. Constable, and we're interviewing. Again, I'll link that. Dean has a Facebook and YouTube account. Dion. Could Gabriel Wortman be using? I think we're going to find out that there's a lot of glow going on. A lot of glow. Constable Ben Kershaw and Constable Dale Burris, RCMP. The time is 2:13 and the date is May 15th, 2020. Okay, so they're a month in and they're going to go and talk to the abuse victim or witness of the abuse who came out in the media almost right away. The initial stories read that there seemed to be an other side to him. That was about it. Maybe something about jealousy may have been in there, and that was it. And then it suddenly evolved into, well, he was ripping tires off and throwing them into a ditch at a party. There was a progression. There's a progression. Where else was there a progression? 1045 progression, too. That was another progression. May 15th, we're here with Nancy Hudson. Nancy, before we turn on the recorders. Before we turn on the recorder, we spoke. Okay, so they're once again speaking previous to doing the actual interview. That's a no-no. No. shouldn't, they're going to say that they didn't really speak about anything, but you can tell by certain interviews, they most certainly are speaking about very important details. Address 72, Lakefront number 2. Okay, thank you. So it's not the same address. Turned on the recorder, spoke about the fact that we're investigating shootings of April 1819. And I understand that you have some information. So I'd like, this is a month later. She's almost. It's in the papers right away with first another side. And then a few days later, that turns into the party tire story. And I understand that you have some information, so I'd like some to take your time, okay? Everything you say is important, and start where you think you should. Okay, you want to know about Gabe. Okay, I would say I first met Gabe. Let me blow this up with my glasses. I'm having difficulty. I would say I first met Gabe now. Date's going to be kind of iffy, but I moved into Dolores's log home. I know he moved into Dolores's log home, so that was, I guess, the previous owner. I'll say it was probably around 2001 or 2 in the area. So I didn't meet him probably for a good year or 2 after he was there. I think he was meeting other people on the road, one of them being Brenda, Balin Forbes, and George, Military George. I think they knew him way before me and John got to know him, because we were in Ontario that one summer when they had a big bonfire parties. And I guess they invited him and Lisa and Kim and Ruby and maybe some other ones. And anyway, I kind of heard through the grapevine, we got to meet the new guy on the block. Everyone's kind of said, oh, nice guy, this and that. And I went, oh, okay. So I think the first time I got to meet him was at a bonfire parties at Kim and Ruby's. Not familiar with Kim and Ruby. Actually, these are new names. I'm thinking, and I don't know. Anybody know Kim and Ruby? I don't know. I got to meet him, introduced to him, and that seemed like a very jovial guy. He was always laughing and like kibitzing around and always lighthearted. I found him to be that way. I got to know him later, his flirtatious side came out. Don't ask me the things he said. All I know is that there was with undertones, flirting going, with some of the girls in the group. Oh, Brenda. Was he flirting with Brenda? Some of the girls. Right, and I'm not saying all of them, but some people would say same thing. Anyways, but he was always like lighthearted, jovial, always making jokes or some sort of remarks that had some humor to it. And his girlfriend, Lisa. I don't want to say anything bad about Lisa because I didn't really get to know her. I just found her to be a bit standoffish. Initial impressions look more positive on Gabe's end. I'm not sure what's going on there. I always felt that Lisa felt like she was above us girls in the rural. Oh no. Sounds like the ladies who give testimony down there. Experts. Damn rural people. Like in the country, that kind of thing. She was city girl, but very nice girl. Just I felt like she didn't really connect with the women here that much, except I think she got to know Balin, Forbes a little better. Oh, so she knows her pretty well. And I think that's because she was confiding in Balin, Forbes about what was going on. But we'll get to that after. You've got an agenda on what you're going to talk about. Okay. But as for Gabe, I found him to be very never seen Gabe on like miserable or any side like that to him. Always had a smile on his face. That's what I remember about the guy. Always a smile, always willing to, say hi and stop and talk to you. We never went to his house to have drinks or anything, because he's having people parties, more parties maybe. Like some of the other people did. It was just, would you like to come and see the renovations I've done to my place? Always like to show off his place. Like a bit of a bragger. He had that tendency, but okay, whatever. But the work that he did in that place was unbelievable, and he wanted to show it off, which I understand. He was a hard worker that way. Okay, maybe somebody can keep a tally here in the words that are being used. Maybe 2 columns: positive, negative. Bragger, we've got bragger in the negative category potentially, but and if he envisioned something, he made it happen. And that's the way he was with his place. So we came in a couple of times, into his house, a couple of times. No drinks, though. And he showed us the marble floor in his bathroom. It's all marbles. And I'm going to do this. And I went, wow, really? So when he finally finished it, we got to see it. And he goes, well, sit down on the toilet. So I guess they saw it before and after. He goes, you'll really get the real effect to it. So I sat down and I went, wow, this is unbelievable. Oh, different. Okay. Sit on the toilet. You'll love it. I don't hardly know you. Because it was an acrylic top, right, on the marbles. And I went, oh, this is really neat. So he gave us a whole tour of the whole thing. And it was something that you'd see in the books, like in beautiful magazines and homes and stuff. That's what it was kind of like. Had beautiful pieces in there, beautiful artwork, and everything was just top notch, and he was proud of his work. And I understand that, because I remember what the log cabin was like before, because we knew Dolores, who had lived in it prior, and it was just your regular log home. Nothing major was done, but he went in and he revamped it, and he redid a whole bunch of stuff, and actually did a lot landscaping, because that was completely opposite of what it is now. Not so much right now, but right before the fire and that, but it's just unbelievable what he did. And, you know, he liked to show it off, and, you know, he had around, let me just make sure I've got that. Okay. He liked to show it off, and he'd say to you, show you stuff, and that so up until that point, it was just mainly if we went for walks, we'd say, hi, what's up, what's been up, what have you been doing? He'd fill us in what's going on, that sort of thing. Any time if Gabe was in my presence, would usually be at bonfires, parties, gatherings, parties, either at Beau's house, Beau and Brenda Forbes. Beau and Brenda Forbes? Beau and Brenda Forbes. Sorry, Brenda and George Forbes. And Kim and Ruby Mills. I have not read those statements. Anybody read Kim and Ruby Mills statements? Sorry, I'm trying to follow on a couple of screens here. Kim and Ruby, anybody read that? That's the only time, and I never had drinks, so we probably will get a little bit more insight about parties and Brenda George dynamics. I never had any drinks or any socializing in his home, a lot of drinks going around with him or Lisa. It was always those two usually. So that's how you got to know him. And pretty much that night, that happening that John's talking about, I'll say it was 2003. I could be off, so it could be 2004, but it's those 2 years anyway that had happened that night. I wasn't with John the night that they went in to the truck with Elson. I believe that's going to be Elson Sutherland. Is that correct? To try to get Lisa up in Sutherland's lake that night. Supposedly he was wanting to get her, to go get her there for whatever reasons, and they took off, and the girls were kind of like left at the bonfire, and they were gone for a bit of time. I'll say maybe an hour and a half, or maybe 2. We'll stretch that out to 2, and then got back, and I'll remember that Kim got back to the fire first, but John and Elson stayed up, I guess, with Lisa because she wanted to get her stuff because, you know, already that he wouldn't let her leave. He took the tires off her car and chucked them down into the ditch. Okay, so we've already established that she wasn't there. So this is hearsay. Is that correct? I think we may have another Brenda story going on here. Hearsay. Would you concur? She was saying, I want to get all my stuff. I want to go home. Not sure who's telling her this. I presume John Hudson. So whatever John told you there, that's his story. I wasn't there, so I can't elaborate on that. But when she came back to the fire, once she wasn't allowed to go in, okay, so she's there for that part, all right. And John told us what happened, hearsay, and that, you know, he kind of threatened him saying, well, there was these there's guns in here, so I'm just letting you guys know that. What's the context? And where's John's statement? Do we have a statement from John? I think the answer to that is no. But let's just do a check here. He seems like the pertinent one. Oh, there is one here from John. All right, good. We'll do that next. So when she came back to the bonfire, before I remember, or when she came back, bonfire, I remember we were all just kind of saying, why don't you phone the police and get this sorted out? No, don't want to get the police involved. Okay, no problem. Understand that's how you want to deal with it, then fine. She goes, I just want to use your phone. I want to call someone. No phone, I guess. Okay, I guess back when she was, must be relatives. I don't want to say it's relative. It could just be a friend, but she was phoning someone back in Dartmouth to come and pick her up. That would be a good person to speak to. Not sure if I've come across that yet. Quite the propagandist, and she should work at CF propaganda unit. Be a good fit, okay, for the Wolfpack stories. Yes, that seems about right. Hanging with Balin, not sure. Anyway, and we said, okay, we just stay up here with us. Don't go up there. Don't try to, start anything more up. It's what is, let him, do his thing up there, and we'll try to see if we can, let this end for the night. So anyway, we were just talking, and she was very quiet that night. And like I said, she didn't really jive with us girls too much. She was just kind of her own of a city girl. And that was kind of her thing, no problem. So we were just talking. I think at the party probably a little more than just kind of talking, but making small talk, and I could tell she was nervous. She felt on edge. She just wanted the night to be done, I imagine. I don't think she really wanted to discuss what happened prior. They had been drinking a lot. They had been drinking. They had been drinking a lot. Oh, that's never a good combo. And fighting. Oh, that I know. That night, they were both, probably intoxicated to a certain point. Lisa didn't seem too intoxicated by that time that she came to the fire after she got back from Sutherland's Lakes gathering. But I never seen Gabe that night. It was just Lisa we've seen. Okay, so she doesn't know as to his state, right? Because she didn't see it. Because that was John's thing with Kim and Elson. So I couldn't tell you about what Gabe was like intoxicated wise. Okay, so she's stipulating once again, hearsay, doesn't know. But I know that Lisa had been drinking at that point. She was probably, not as bad then at that point in the early, as hours had gone by. Okay, so she was probably 5 sheets to the wind before. So her ride finally came, and probably about 1 or 1:30 in the morning came. She just came in and pulled into Kim and Ruby's driveway. We said, take care of yourself, and hopefully everything, gets settled out because you and Gabe. And she just left, and that's was pretty much everyone talked about it and discussed it, and probably funneled through, with the other neighbors and stuff. But Gabe was a drinker. He was known as a drinker. Sounds like she was drinking. So, okay, always kind of sort of a cocktail hours, drinking all the time, right? And that's whenever his liver disease diagnosis. He had liver disease diagnosis. He quit, and he was dry. I said, did he seek treatment? That was asked. And he looked better because I guess the liver was affecting just his physical appearance, that he had lost weight. He just didn't look very good. And then when he quit, he was starting to gain the weight back, and he looked healthier. You could tell the difference. But other than that with Gabe, I had a night where I was with at Bo and George's place, Brenda Forbes, and this was probably a year or two ago, a year or two before she moved out of there. We were probably on her porch, her balcony there, and she was saying to me, oh my God, she was on a rant that night about Gabe and saying, I got to get away from here because that guy's going to end up doing something to me. I say, what are you talking about? She goes, well, he's making me feel uneasy. And I said, well, why? And she goes, because I don't trust the guy. So he has liver disease. I didn't see anything in the autopsy about that. She says because ever since the information leaked out that she had went and told the Uncle Glenn about Gabe fooling around on Lisa when they all used to have their parties and drinking, those guys, things started coming out because loose gums start to talk, right? And I guess Glenn leaked it out and got in front of Lisa, it got in front of Lisa, and Gabe was screwing around with different women, and it kind of blew up, and that's when he did that thing that John talks about. John talks about. Okay, so we'll let John talk. The rest of it is just disregard. I only heard this because I wasn't there. Third admission to hearsay. When this happens in a court of law, they just say disregard everything before that or everything after that, right? They just say don't even pay attention to it because it's not important. This person can't speak to that. And didn't see it. But when he went down with Lisa in hand and came in knocking at the door viciously and going crazy, banging at it, George let him in. Supposedly, he wanted to, I guess, go off on Bo too, because she went and opened her mouth and said this kind of stuff. So she's spreading rumors. Again, all hearsay. All hearsay we're talking about here. Lisa lies this, that, and the other thing. So that what happened, I guess, he said his piece there. He went on this rant, grabbed Lisa, hearsay, went back out, and ever since then and before that, they were good neighbors. They partied a lot. Partied a lot. Of course they did. They many times when they were either over at Gabe's or Gabe was over at Bo's and George's. Oh, getting a little bit more insight here. Does heal up. That's true, but you know how long it takes. You and I both know how long that takes. I think I had issues, but anyway, okay. So up until that point, so lots of partying, Bo and George are hanging out over there. Bo spreads a rumor, supposedly, and Gabe doesn't like that. Have I got the feel here correctly? I think so. So up to that point, that's when the shit hits the fan, and that he didn't want nothing more to do with either Bo or George. And he made sure that Lisa didn't either, because I guess he wasn't looking at it like Bo informing Lisa of what to do, you know, just kind of being there for her to say, you got to get out of this relationship, you got to get some help. How much of this is jealousy or you know, the hitting on ladies business? Bo, is she involved with that? I don't know. Is that where it's coming from? Maybe there's some kind of cat stuff going on here. Well, so he didn't like that because he was very much in control of Lisa that way. And I don't think that's firmly established at all. In fact, I think it's quite the opposite. Oh, I'm going to take some time out. Okay, no problem. Can I come up there? Please, can I come up? Like when they would usually go to when they came to parties, usually, or gatherings, it didn't stay too long. Too much partying. Don't understand what these people all do. Too long, just a bit to show on their faces, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. Our parties would go till like 2 or 3 in the morning. Having bonfires, right? But they were just kind of show their face and stuff like that. You know, if Lisa may be chumming in and having a really good time, I don't think he really liked that. So he would kind of say, okay, like, we're leaving now. Like, let's leave now. Sort of thing. Always short-lived when they came, they kind of didn't show on their faces, had drink or whatever, and then off they went, sort of thing. I'm not hearing anything except for Bo. They all like to party together, all of them. And Bo started a rumor. Okay. I hear everybody's drinking. I hear Lisa's drinking. I hear there's hitting on ladies, jealousy. Who's the ladies he's hitting on? Are they going to ask about that? I hope they do. But yeah, other than that I want to get back to the thing with Bo that night. She was really, really, like, I was there for a good 2 hours with her that night, her and George, and she was really on a rant about feeling fearful of him. And I remember saying, you honestly think, I said, because of what you have done, you know, it slipped out that he got word that of you. You went and told Lisa about being screwing around on her and stuff. I goes, you honestly think that he's going to do something to hurt you, Bo? Seems like a rational question, since you all hang out and party together all the time. Toot toot. She goes, I wouldn't doubt if that guy was going to kill me. Well, that seems excessive. Really excessive. Rumor girl. And I goes, I just thought, okay, she's exaggerating. And you know, I said, you really think that? She goes, yeah. She goes, I don't trust that guy. I'm getting this uneasy feeling from him. Oh, here come the feelings. Even when I go by his house to get home, I'm always feeling like he's keeping an eye out for me. I don't think the world revolves around you, Brenda. Sad. Sorry to burst your bubble. And She told me about the times that he'd come and drive by her house and intimidate her, kind of thing. Drive by her house and intimidate her, kind of thing. This is only hearsay. Once again, another disclaimer. She's good. She's very good. She's like, I didn't see it. I don't know. It's hearsay. I don't know anything. Because I'm only hearing it from her. Okay, so that would be Bo. I'm only hearing it from her, so I'm just taking her at her word. And I went, oh, okay. And she said, I don't trust this guy. She goes, I'm going to move. Never did get to the bottom of the Truro move, which was new element brought into that. But, I went, oh, okay. And she said, I don't trust this guy. She goes, I'm going to move. I goes, do you really feel that it's gotten to the point where you need to move? And she says, yep, I don't feel safe. I just don't. I said, okay. And I said, well, I hope you don't have to move. I hope this can get resolved somehow. This would be a great calendar one to build out. Real good. 2003 and 4. Okay. I somehow I says, because you got to talk it out. She goes, oh, no. She said, I'm not talking anything out with him. He's a nutcase. He's this, he's that. Whoa. This is a real fucking 180, man. You go from hanging out all the time, going to each other's house, drinking all the time, and you drop a rumor, and then all of a sudden you got to move because you got a feeling. I'd say there's probably some self-introspection there you got to do. Perhaps some apologizing or something, not moving. And I said, okay, if that's how you feel, then it's your decision. And that's your choice. And that's your opinion on it. So but she did go on most of the night about how Gabe and about she was feeling for herself. And I said, okay. Then so she did make that known to me. And she also said that night too, she goes, well, you don't know. She goes, this stuff with Lisa, he choked her that one night. Hearsay for Brenda's part. And now we're going to hearsay 2.0, just the rumor mill going around. He choked her one night. He was on top of her. And that was when there was a bunch of guys, not a Brenda in there. Now, I can't remember who the guys were. One was Glenn, the uncle, which is Glenn Wortman. Then she said it was Richard Ellison. I think it was either Dave or Peter. Oh, now we have a Peter. Do you see? All of it hearsay. All of it so far. And rumors coming from where? Brenda. Now Dave is an Ellison too. That's Richard's brother. Now Peter, I don't know if that's really right, because it's hearsay. But all I know is that the guys were watching this go down, according to Brenda. Glenn called me and said, what was happening? And I said, this is Bo's words. I'm going to call the cops and I'm going to get them to go down there because you don't have this happening here, right? He's beating her to a pulp and choking her and all this stuff. So obviously is what she said. She said was, I called the cops. And really nothing could get done if there were no witnesses. Okay, so she's talking to Glenn. Let's see what Glenn happens to say, even though what she's going to repeat is hearsay too. And none of the guys wanted to speak up and say, yes, I've seen this, or whatever. So they really couldn't do anything with that, with what she said. Hearsay. So she goes, I just nothing happened with it. She goes, and this has happened a couple of times with Lisa getting assaulted by him. Oh, it's a couple of times. Troy Maxwell notes about the choking. Okay, nope. And that I never seen it. This is all from what Brenda had said. So I can't underscore this enough. You can just take the Sharpie, because then you just go to Brenda. That's all the police should do. It doesn't matter. She knows it doesn't matter. She's stating it. It's hearsay. All of it. It's all Brenda had said about the abuse against Lisa. She goes, if you know he's doing stuff like that to her, she goes, I just don't trust the guy, and he's got guns. But she didn't see anything. So what the fuck is she moving for? A whole bunch of hot air. Sorry, Brenda. The Brenda dumpster fire. Which was out there. She goes, I just don't trust the guy, and he's got guns. Which was out there. I didn't hear it a lot. I did hear of other people as well saying, oh yeah, well, he's shown us his gun collection and stuff, but that's hearsay. So when you hear someone saying, oh, he's got a gun collection, and you're thinking, okay, he's got a few rifles sitting on a rifle shelf or something like that, I never even took it anyway, like, okay, oh, he's got an arsenal, a bunch of semi-automatic. I never heard that. It was, he's got a collection of guns. I've seen guns. Okay, never thought nothing of it. Really, that is just the way I took it anyway. Okay, so she didn't see the guns. Again, hearsay. Nothing much here substantial, other than her observations of Lisa being drunk, not seeing Gabe, supposedly something happening, lots of parties together with Brenda and George. Good relationships. Okay. Hitting on. That's all I'm getting so far. But other than that, with Gabe, I've never seen him assaulting Lisa, except for the night that he went on that crazy thing about not wanting her to come and get her stuff. I wasn't up there. The only thing we did that night was we did go back up to the house. You know what? Sorry, my memory serves me correctly now. Remember, I said I didn't see him that night. I did. We went back up to the house. I thought it was somebody else and John. Now she's there to see if we could talk to him so she could get her stuff. The whole group went up. Well, I thought they were at the fucking fire. We walked up to his place. He stayed on the porch and he said, no, she's not getting anything. And he was, could tell, he was drunk. What? Well, her story is changing here to me a lot, and just saying stupid stuff. And we just, well, all she wants to do is get her stuff and she wants to go home. You can talk about this another day. No. He was, digging his heels in. Nothing was, he wasn't going to let anyone in. She wasn't going to get in, and that was his words, kind of like, no one's coming to help her, that's it. And we just kind of went, okay, we're not getting anywhere with him anyway, so we just went back to the fire. And that's when she came out, and she phoned someone, and they came and picked her up. So I'm sorry about that. I did see him that night. It was brief, just enough to say, can she come in and get her stuff? Can you let her in? I thought everybody wanted to go in. And he said, no, you can't come in. It's his property. Their property, funnily enough. And he hadn't. He didn't want no one coming in. There we go again. So they're trying to get into the house. And he's like, no one's helping her. She couldn't come in either. So we just left it because obviously he was intoxicated. And, and you don't know, right? You don't want to start getting involved and arguing with people like that. Were you intoxicated at that point in time? Is that why you're having difficulty remembering whether you did or didn't see him? Are in the state of mind. So I said, yeah. So I did see him that night, actually. Lisa said he wanted her to come in. Oh. Ooh. I'm not hearing them explode. And where's the guns? Because she said there was the guns. Now there's no guns. So I just said, yeah. So I did see him that night, actually. So other than that, any other time I've seen Gabe, just like I said, very jovial, always had a smile, a laugh, carrying on. Like I said, he had a flirtatious side to him and, would brag about things, of course, about what he did, what he's got, and this, that, and the other thing, just take it and kind of go, yeah, that's Gabe, right? But other than that, I never seen any side of him where he would be like being mean. Okay. Being mean or angry with anyone. Never seen that side of him. Ever. Except for, like I said, the one night with Lisa where he was, but see, at that when that happened that night, we all kind of went, I guess I would say I had known Gabe for maybe a couple of years at that point, And that's very little because you only see him here and there at gatherings. It wasn't like we're really chumming out with the guy. Fuck, I need to download this. I can't follow this. It's very difficult. Chumming out with the guy. But what I took that night when that happened there with John and Elson, Hearsay, garbage, and all that, and Lisa, and I just went, okay, is this just a moment where, because we're all intoxicated and this little thing happened here and he kind of went berserk about it? I'm not hearing berserk. I'm not hearing any berserk. He just said, no, you're not coming in, to a group of people trying to get into his house. Or is this another side of Gabe? Because this is where we're all thinking, is this something that, we haven't seen the other side of Gabe, sort of thing? And then when we got to know more and more that there was issues within their relationship, on, off, and on all the time, like one week she'd come up and the next week they weren't seeing each other, that type of thing. Okay. So 19 years, subtract how much time were they broken up? He did have a woman up there one week, and I can't even tell you the year. They broke up. Holy fuck, man. Is anybody reading this shit? Oh my God. He did supposedly, there was the woman was a woman that worked with in his office, denturist office in Dartmouth, I think. It was that one. And I said, pardon? Who's that? Olu? Is that her name? Olu? Was he sleeping with Olu? Brown? The one he never got the name from? Just hired her, unseen, basically. Here's the keys to my house. And she was up with him that weekend or week. I can't remember how long she stayed, because I remember seeing, and it wasn't Lisa, and we were kind of all like, well, who's that? And then we found out they were broken up at the time. Something that would make for an interesting work relationship, wouldn't it? That would make for an interesting work environment. Olu and Lisa, who supposedly works there. Oh, the things we learn. Well, who's that? And then we found out that they were broken up at the time. They were going through a lull, and this woman was up there with him. And that's the only time I seen him with this other woman. Though I did hear. Okay, so now get your Sharpie out. Well, mostly through Brenda Forbes, that he picked women up at the mill in Truro and then would take them home. Oh, I hear somebody spreading rumors. That's all I'm hearing. Maybe she has something for him. So that's all hearsay. Though, because I'm not there. I didn't witness it. I only seen one person, and that was just like a far shot as we were walking by. his place, and she was going to his door, and I knew it wasn't Lisa, and someone said, oh yeah, that's the girl that he's brought home. She supposedly works with him. Okay, so don't even know. So I said, oh, okay. Never thought nothing of it, because I said they were always in and out of their relationship, whatever. 1 week, maybe one they're together, and the next week that they're not, that sort of thing. So probably take 19 and cut it in half, sort of thing. So he's broken up, and then he's with somebody else. Maybe. And you got Brenda spreading fucking rumors everywhere. Maybe she wants him. That's what that's about. Maybe. It's very plausible. But he was obsessive for her, for sure. He didn't he just control things. That's pretty much all I know about the guy in that way. Okay, care to clarify? How about the 18th, 19th? What happened that night? Yes. Okay, well, we were watching the concert. Ended at 11. Said to John, I'm going to get my pajamas on. Went to the bedroom, which faces one window. I believe they live on the other side of the highway. Faces the highway. Okay, good. Like I usually do, I'm going to put my blind down. I'm looking out and I'm going, holy crap, there's a lot of cops up there in the corner. I said, John. He goes, what? I goes, there's a lot of cops there in the corner. I goes, all their lights are on and everything. And then I went to the other window to shut the blind and to get dressed, and the whole sky is just lit. I mean, orange and crimsons, and I'm going, holy shit. I said, John. I goes, there's a fire. There's something going on Portapic Beach Road. He comes in. He's looking. Then we went back on the deck. We had a little bit more of a better view. Then the bay. The tide was coming in. So this fills up right here, this marshy area. It was lit up like I couldn't believe it. I never seen anything like that. It wasn't lit entirely. It was almost lit up orange. And I went, whatever this is, I said, this is a big fire. It's gotta be Gabe's. It's a log home, and that's going to go up like a tinderbox. No. Log homes don't go up like tinderboxes. And why wouldn't you say, oh, geez, that could be the Zolls, Brenda's old place. It's made of logs. But no. Yeah, it's got to be Gabe's. How many homes are over there? Couple hundred? Couple hundred people. Sorry. It's got to be Gabe's. Log homes don't go up like tinderboxes. I said, it's got to be Gabe's place. And he goes, wow. He said, yeah. He goes, oh my God. And it's just lighting up the sky. And then, of course, we could see the cops, and they were just going, wow. And we're just going, wow, this is weird. So I got a hold of Angela on Facebook. I was messaging her. You're not going to believe this, I said. There's a fire. I think it might be Gabe's place. Really? Where's that coming from? She can't see it. She just sees a glow. It's got to be Gabe's. I said, I don't know what's going on. There's a bunch of cops at the end of Portapique Beach Road. And then she's responding back. She's going, oh my God. And I said, yeah. And I was thinking, I said, I wonder if Joe must be seeing it. It's right by her. If it is Gabe's, and I said, she must be seeing all of this. And Jill's older, so I guess it must be Jill. It's just a typo. And I don't want to disturb her. And the same with Angela. Sorry? I thought you just messaged Angela. Oh, she doesn't want to disturb her, I see. She said, oh, I don't know. Do you think I should give Jill a call? I goes, well, I ain't calling her. I goes, if you want to call her, go ahead. Aren't you worried about Jill? Would you be worried about Jill? Police, fire, right beside your neighbor, Jill, friend? I don't want to call her. So while she was still messaging me on Facebook, she's calling Jill. Jill answers the phone. She goes, oh, there's a fire? She goes, oh, she said, well, wait a minute. She says, I'm getting a call coming in. It was from Peter, Joanne, and Alan's son. Are you okay, Jill? And she goes, yeah. He goes, well, I just wanted to check in on you. Okay. Again, this is hearsay. He said, because there's gunshots and there's some gunmen going around and killing people, and Gabe's house is on fire. She goes, Gabe's house is on fire? He goes, yeah. And then I guess she went to the window, and I guess, hearsays, she could see something. And then Angela's talking to me and going, it is Gabe's house. I went, oh my God. She goes, I'm talking to Jill and she's getting it. Okay, so the only person you can really talk to about that actually is Jill. I goes, oh my God. So we're doing like everyone's talking to each other thing on the Chinese telephone. And this is how it came out. And I was sharing some of the stuff with the people in Ontario, like relatives, and they were saying I was telling them what was going on. And I said, yeah, supposedly, there's a gunman. He's lighting fires. You know, the stories were going around. It wasn't even correct that night, really, about this guy's lighting fires and waiting for the. This is one of the stories, and waiting for the fire department to come so they could shoot them. That was one of the stories going on. And I said, well, that's weird because I haven't even heard one siren all night, which I found very strange, really strange. I've had net fires around me. I've been here long enough. I know what it's like. You'll hear the sirens and the EHS that's going on. So I said, it's really weird. I don't know what's going on here. Then I started stuff coming in from Facebook, people going, are you okay? I goes, what do you mean I'm okay? Well, it's lockdown at Truro Hospital. Okay, so there's that going on, and he's shooting. There's a bunch I killed, and I'm going, what? Yeah, you're supposed to lock your doors and shut your lights. Don't know where that came from. And I'm going, like, this stuff people are saying to me on Messenger. I'm going, holy shit. Okay, all right. So I'm telling John, I'm letting him know as things are coming in what's unfolding. I said, oh my God, John. I said, this is weird. And then that's around 12:30. I know that John said it was 12. That's when Jill came up my driveway. So I guess she was leaving. She left Jill Sutherland left the scene. Thank goodness she got out of there unscathed. Driving around. Police running around. Did they ever say they even encountered a car down there, all running around in the bush? Was out there, and she was texting me, could I please come in? I'm in your driveway. It's Jill. I said, yes, Jill. So John came down, went out, got her and her dog and brought her, and she was shaking like a leaf. And at that time, she was just hearing what Peter had said to her. Okay, hearsay about the gunman. These statements need to be gone through and just all of the hearsay eliminated. That's it. Just highlight the portions of what a person saw and what a person had a discussion with another person. Their firsthand experience. That's it. Actually, I don't even know if that counts. So just what they saw, just what they witnessed themselves, right? The rest of it, you can reduce these statements down to basically very little. I like, though, how she's pretty good about saying, I don't know, or she said. Peter had said, hearsay, that there was shots fired, and she did say that she had heard shots that night. Okay, again, got to talk to Jill about that one. When she had the dog, and the dog was kind of going nuts about it. So she said, I did hear the shots. Again, have to talk to Jill. Yeah, I just thought, okay, someone's scaring a bear or a coyote or whatever. It's not uncommon, right, to hear gunfire sometimes. So she just chalked it up as that. She did say she heard a big thud. See, it's weird how stuff comes back to your memory. Sorry, guys, just bear with me now. She heard a thud that night, a big thud. She goes, I thought someone had crashed into my deck out back. I goes, what? You know that what's weird, Jill? I said, me and John, when we were watching the concert, it was between 10 and 10:30. That I do know. There was a little bit of a thud on our deck. Okay, so go a little bit. I said to John, I looked at him and I went, what's that? He goes, I don't know. I goes, I think you better go out and check in case it's a raccoon or some animal, right? So he looked out, he opened the door, and he was looking around and sees nothing. And obviously, I don't know even if there's fire lit yet, because I'm sure he would have seen that, but he didn't see nothing. Oh, didn't see any fires. 10:30. Uh-oh. He said, no, I don't see nothing. I goes, okay. Kept watching our concert, never thought of it. We just went, we don't know what that is. It's just something weird. But when Jill said she's heard a thud that night, we went, that's what it is. Or it could have been a raccoon. So we think that was an explosion. That had to be something that exploded. I'm thinking at Gabe's place when he torched his, I'm thinking it could have been when he torched his log home on this, or Portapic, not the one out back. I'm thinking anyway, I don't know. It was a pretty good thud. And like, we got the aftershocks of it, I think. Jill got the brunt of it because she said, that's like someone ramming right into the back of her deck. And I went, wow, okay. I said, ours wasn't quite like that, but enough to go, what was that, right? So I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Now we're into number 2, which is fair. People do forget about things. I'm not trying to be, but she can absolutely 100% not say he torched his house. I don't believe she can see his house. It could be any number of houses. She's drawing a lot of conclusions here, which are wrong. However, she does specify hearsay, which is important. Brunt of it because someone was ramming the back vehicle deck, and I said, okay. So, like I forgot about that. But anyway, that night, it was just a crazy night. I stayed up, like I said, till 6:30 in the morning, just trying to get a hold of Jill's son. But his cell phone was off and was trying to get a hold of my sister. And that was just kind of go, oh my God, Gabe's house is on fire. Did Jill say that she saw the fire? So I don't think so. Again, drawing conclusions. Da, and couldn't get a hold of them too. And I don't know who that is or who they are. Just was on Facebook with a lot of people that night. I did lock my doors. I shut the lights off because I did get scared. I must admit, I was scared because I didn't know at that point. We didn't even know that it was Gabe. So how did you say it was Gabe lighting his house on fire? Introducing post knowledge? Okay. And I said, well, what's going on here, right? I don't want to take any chances now. I got this older woman here as well. So I shut all my blinds and just hunkered down, kept looking through the blinds. I could see SWAT, like the SWAT team, those big black vehicles. They were coming down in quite a bit. And I just going, holy crap, what the hell is going on here? And I will say, I am going to say this quite honestly. I'm going to say this honestly because you're taking all the notes and recording and video probably. So definitely audio. Where's that? I know. Where is that? I know John thought it too. When we did see the fire, first thing I know, we looked at each other and I said to him, I goes, you don't think Gabe's got something to do with it, with his place on fire? Can she see his place? I don't think so. On the other side of the highway? North end of the highway? No, I don't think so. As in, I don't think anything about guns or shooting or people killing them, but hopefully he'll ask that because it's an important point. I thought more like, this is like an insurance job or something. And he goes, yeah, I kind of wondered that myself too. And that's the thing I thought about that night. And that's just being honest. And John thought about the same thing. And I just went, because I found it strange, right? And then when it unfolded later on that next morning about how all these places being burnt and another of his being gone. So were a lot of other people's. But now, that's even weirder. Do you think he's got something involvement with, torturing his own places? A very logical question. Of course he burnt his own house down. Gabe, of course he did. What are you talking about? I don't know. But, and then we got a more in the story, and it wasn't what I thought it was. So, it wasn't what I thought it was. But I did think that. So did my husband about the insurance, I guess. And that's just being honest. It was weird, I thought. I know. But I just went, you don't think, no, it wasn't that. But other than that part of the night, it was, I went, I stayed up till about 6:30, put Jill to bed and everything. Very nice of you, taking Jill in. Made sure that she was okay, and I got woke up at about 8:15, 20 after 8 by my sister and Lawrence. Her son came by here and got up, and I only had maybe an hour's sleep or whatever. The whole day started, and that's when everything started to unfolding about it was gay. And that's what the suspicion was at the time. Or that's what the suspicion was at the time. That's what we're looking for. They were looking for this guy he was driving this police car thing. I don't know nothing about that. No, or the uniform. I didn't know any of that. I never seen him either showing us that but I heard it was pretty common for him to show his car to people. Again, hearsay. That's what I heard. Now, I didn't, but I heard that he did show some people on the back road where the other house was. His other house was. Did she go there? That, it was, let's just put it this way, he wasn't hiding it. It was known. So, and he took pictures of it, of course, which you guys already probably know that. So she knows about the pictures. But other than that, oh my God, never would have thought he was capable of doing something like this. Never in a million years would I think that. That's what I'm saying. You just don't know a person. You don't know what ticks in their head. But all I can say to you is, this is all hearsay. Boom. Porn bots. All hearsay. Oh boy. Thank you, Jill. I very much appreciate people who will say something like that. Or sorry, Nancy. Thank you. It gives clues, but when we're looking at it from an investigative point, it's nothing. It just gives you clues as to who you can talk to. That's why I don't know if this means anything to you. But he had a pretty wicked childhood from what I hear. Oh. His father was a bit strange. He was estranged from his parents, though he did have his mother here the first couple of years. He did have his mother here the first couple of years when he came here. Thought they didn't get on. And he was doing stuff to that place. His mother was here on the weekends. And then all of that. Well, from what I hear now, this is all just hearsay. Wow. I don't know if this lady is formerly a lawyer. One moment, please. I'm going to grab a drink. Okay. Oh. Oh, Cindy does not have a very positive opinion with John or Nancy. I do appreciate her being honest about hearsay stuff. Wonder if they happen to catch any of my earlier streams where I was shredding people's statements when these were all coming out about hearsay. Maybe. Anyway, because you're only hearing it from neighbors and people, but hearsay. But once he found out he had a brother who was adopted out, and you just need the marker, and the parents never told him about it, he found out this piece of information, he disowned them. Like that was the end of it, though. He'd already kind of was estranged from his father anyway, but his mother too, that was it. And that was the end of it. I never seen her out here again. So, okay. So she did see her, right? So this is totally valid. The rest of it, trash. So from what I hear, here we go back. And he had pretty wicked childhood. His father was I think he was abusive, physically, mentally. I see, just garbage. It's garbage at this point. Doesn't matter. I should just skip it. I guess this all plays out, and why this guy probably snapped, I don't know. But he had issues, I guess. I don't know, I guess. But like I said, that's just hearing it from people that heard it from him. Okay, well, best to talk to them directly. No Chinese telephone. It's garbage. But she's good about identifying that. Whether they would have added their own to the pot or not. That's what I'm saying. When it's hearsay, you don't know what people have added into the story. But that's what I've been told. That's what I've heard. So, and I'm pretty sure Brenda can tell you that too. Brenda Forbes. Brenda Balin Forbes. I'm going to have to take some screenshots or do a little GIF of her talking. Put that up when this kind of stuff comes out. Just here's who we're dealing with. Brenda. Everybody remember Brenda. My goodness. I don't think I've ever quite heard it so succinctly put. Let's see. Let's read that again. That's just hearing from people what they heard it from him. Whether they have added their own to the pot or not. That's why I'm saying when it's hearsay, you don't know what people have added to the story, but that's what I've been told. That's what I've heard. So, I'm pretty sure Brenda can tell you. Yay. Win. Yeah, hearsay. Heresy and hearsay. How you doing? She said some stuff. Balin Forbes. I've heard it from Angela, who probably heard it from Glenn. You know, the list goes on. And Glenn was his uncle, of course, but that's all I know, other than that he like I said, he was a friendly giant. He's the type of guy that would do anything for you, that sort of thing. You know how much I've seen of this? I don't know. I'm telling you, it just gives me the weirds. Like kind of. I'm getting a little bit goosebumps when I'm reading these statements. People are like, he would do anything for you. He would help you. He was always helping everybody. I'm like, what the fuck are you painting in the media? Why have you never said this in the media? Ever. This guy was helping everyone. He may be a murderous son of a bitch, but you certainly better tell the whole fucking story. Because people all over the place say this. It's fucked up. It's very confusing. Don had a cat he used to kick around. Oh, goodness. That's not very good. I highly believe that Gabe kidnapped the cat. Okay, well, you believe something. Did you see him kidnap the cat, Cindy? Just to be fair. If you saw him kidnap the cat, that's one thing. If you didn't see it, then it didn't happen. You don't know. You don't know. Joy Bond, God bless her soul, was the biggest gossip bag in the hood. Oh, no. Okay. Sorry. I'm not used to this. I know people are going to tell me, oh, this is Nova Scotia. But I'm not really used to that. A little bit of small town gossip I'm used to. Brenda, CIC, ACES, gossip, grandma. The CIC. The CSIS, yeah. Balin. Military intelligence. Gossip bag. Okay. Brenda Forbes. She said stuff. And I've heard it from Angela and I've heard it from Glenn. It goes on and on. He was a friendly giant. He's the type of guy that would do anything for you, that sort of thing. If I went down to him and I said, geez, Gabe, can you bring your backhoe? Because John needs to get this out. Sure, no problem. He was that type of guy. I know that's why it's really hard for most of us here who knew him more than just the people that are neighbors. That's why it's hard. I was talking to somebody very early on about this, and they may be here. And they were having a very difficult time reconciling the person they knew from what they had read or they had heard. Mostly what they had read. And I said to them, and it was doing damaging things to their head, I would say. Very hard things, because it's not adding up. And I said, what you know is what you know. And that's what's important. You stay with what you know. Because that's what you know. What you may read and what you may understand from other people and rumor mills, that's something else entirely. And you have to factor that one in. But what you know is what you know. Don't let the two become a confusion pot. Cognitive dissonance. Most of us here knew more than just the people that are our neighbors. It's really hard for most of us that knew him. More than just the people that are neighbors. You go, I just can't believe that he would do something as enormous as this. Right? But he was the type of guy, and like I said, always jovial, always friendly, always had a smile. I remember Gabe's smile. That's just the way he was, right? Always funny and just seemed like he was lighthearted. I'd never seen the dark side, if that's what you want to call it in this, with this guy. Never seen it, but like I said, we didn't hang out with him like some people did. And that was like Balin and George. They would go over and have drinks with him, and that was their thing between them. And they just, because they're more into drinking, and I'm not. Sounds like they may have some drinks, but fair enough. So that's probably, sounds like some people drank a hell of a lot more than others. Perhaps it shows what it is. So weren't into that type 2, weren't that type 2. Well, he'd never invite us, as I'd say. Well, come on in and have a drink. But if there were gatherings, like I say, bonfires or Canada Day parties, they would come, like I said, just show up for a bit and then went off, their sort of thing. But I never seen any weird sides of him. Any other gatherings except for the night mentioned back in 2003 or 4, whatever. That happened then, there, and it's pretty much all I ever seen or heard. Now, again, she started with, I don't remember being there, and then finished with, well, I was there. Haven't heard anything about the tires yet, number one. And number two, people tried to gain entry into his home, and he said, no, you're not coming in my home. People. Not Lisa, people. Was that based on Brenda? God knows what the fuck is going on over there. But that's not the way that the media published it. Again, John's statement we'll have to hear. But that's not the way the media published it at all. There's this other side to him, was exactly what was used. And then it went up from there. Short day from the MCC. See, probably because we're doing something productive here, and they're like, well, nobody's paying attention now. They're all off doing something, actually finding out truth that we've been trying to keep. Wasn't it Glenn who told her about it? Well, the only person that can, I don't even know what you're referring to, but here we go again, the hearsay. Wasn't it Glenn that told her? Glenn's the person to talk to. If you can't talk to Glenn, then and substantiate, you need corroborative witnesses, because there clearly are sides here. There's other things going on within that family. There's a lot of stuff going on, and we all have families. We all know my family's not so much like that because we're very small, but people who have larger families, certainly, and my family does too, you know, to an extent, that there's family dynamics, family politics, family drama, right? You know, in larger families, people, I was always dealing with that with one of my friends because he's got a huge family. It was crazy. I'm like, the fuck, man? So-and-so's mad at so-and-so, and then they're all getting in a thing, and that group's going after the other side. And I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? Well, the statement is good, Robert. I just kind of discontinued and started reading. Most of our new neighbors are good and respect our tears and pain. Good. I'm glad. LB stated that she was not aware that Brenda reported Gabriel. So who informed Gabriel that she was the one who reported it? The RCMP? Don't know. According to, I would say, Maxwell's statement, RCMP Maxwell, and he's pretty definitive, it was not an assault driving incident. And he did, why I say that I trust what he's saying is because the steps that he followed. There's a procedure on how you deal with, and it's post one particular case, they had to revamp everything. How you deal with domestics. He would have arrested. That's the way it's supposed to be done. I know it doesn't get done, but he did speak to that. So I have a lot more faith in that over Brenda, who is an absolute mess. And I hope she has lots of help to deal with whatever's going on over there. Perhaps Balin has a good treatment program. And I don't mean that in at all in a deprecating fashion. I do not. It does appear that there's a lot of drinking going on. I've seen it. I've seen what that does to people. I know it. Okay, now that'd just be my opinion, though. All right, thank you for that. Do I sound like I'm rambling? No, you're not. No, I was going to back and forth, and I'm sorry about, forgetting about some of those things and going, I didn't see him that night. I did see him. I forgot about when we all were up as a group there, and yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to take you back a bit. Yeah, sure. You talked about him being flirtatious with animal abuse is fine. Sorry, just trying to watch a little bit over here. I think it can be an indicator, and there's certainly somebody here who doesn't like dogs. I don't know if you guys have come across that a lot in statements. Certainly, it comes up a few places. Yeah, women in the area. What can you tell me about that? I know you were going to ask me, so I goes. I know I'm going to go. I can't tell you for word what he said. It was just flirtatious undertones sometimes. Like he'd say some things and you'd go, yeah, okay, Gabe. So I can't even say what it was. It was just like you knew he was flirtatious and you just kind of chalk it up to, okay, well, whatever. Never acted upon it, of course. But that was just the way that Gabe was. He just came off like he, I'm kind of hot or whatever. He thought of himself. Okay, so he's a bit flirty. He's a nice guy. I don't know. Maybe not. That's not a sin. I mean, it's a sin to be going around probably doing things with other people, but some people are just like that. Yeah, okay. And it can get misinterpreted too. Undertones, I guess. And that was pretty much it. So I can't really elaborate on it. There was one. Okay, if you want to have one scenario that I do remember, me and Ruby, we were walking, come across him, and of course, he was doing something on his front lawn here. Sorry, his front lawn there. Hi, Gabe. How are you doing? Yeah, whatever. And for some reason, we were standing there talking to him, and don't even ask me how this came up, but something came up about thongs, women wearing thongs. Okay. And he said something like, well, when women wear thongs, he goes, they get the most, you get a lot of infections when women wear thongs because, of course, your vagina is there and your arsehole's here and the bacteria is there. He's talking like, I just can't remember that me and Ruby were going after and we left. What's that about? She goes, I don't know, but I felt kind of uncomfortable about that. I said, yeah, but that's Gabe. I guess he was just kind of letting us know that if you wear thongs, you're going to get vaginal infections. So I thought, okay, good to know. Thanks, Gabe. I don't wear thongs. So I'm going to be okay. Blank. So, I'll be okay. Maybe she's telling me what kind of underwear that she's wearing. Now, it's a bit crass for sure. It's probably very, but maybe he's just one of those people. Like, do you ever know those people who just say things and you don't really want to know? And they just mean it in all goodness, their heart. And think nurses are like that. You're like, no, don't want to know. Oh, but no, thank you. My sister had a friend who was a nurse, or is a nurse, and she used to come over for dinner, and she would start speaking about what she was doing that day or whatever. And my mother was just like, we will not be discussing that at the dinner table. Thank you. It's one of the more funny memories. And she'd just be like, huh? What? I don't understand. No, it's not conversation for dinner. Thank you. But, you know, she just meant it in all goodness, I'm sure. So Kershaw laughs at the underwear. I don't have to worry about that. And we're just joking about it. But, you know, I remember Ruby feeling a little uncomfortable about that. I just went, whatever. It's just a Gabe thing, you know, talking about that. I didn't really take it too seriously. I just kind of chalked it up to, well, whatever. And that's okay. Pretty much the thing that he was. Pretty much that thing. But he did have a flirtatious side to him. He just did. It was kind of out there, sort of, with some people, right? Mm-hmm. Not something probably you should be talking about, but like I said, people like that probably just don't get spoken to a lot. They tend to drift away from them. Or get put in their place. Shut her down. Will not be talked about at the dinner table. Mm-hmm. I'm sure Angela, she's told me her stuff too. Okay, so let's go and talk to Angela then. That's going to fix that one. So anything from this point on, right? Like he was flirtatious and stuff. And that's just the other side, I guess, that he wasn't showing Lisa. Like, Lisa was never around, and if he said anything off the cuff, it was no certain undertone to it. It would, like, she would never be there. It's just usually when he was. Well, I think their character, they build character. Fairly important. No? I'm not hearing at all what Globe and Mail and shit was painting about the Hudson's. Star, there was another one. So far. Mm-hmm. On his own. But other than that, okay, you mentioned before I turned the recorder that you and your husband keep journals about everything. Why isn't that not on the recorder? Why are you talking to her off recording? You don't have a little sit down powwow before you turn on the recorder. You come, you question, you say, are you okay with turning on the recorder? I'm going to do an interview now. We're going to record. Yes. That's all on record too. Not having a little pre-game session. What can you tell me about? They're like this. And yeah, I've got since 2000, I've got them. So if I look back, now I'm going to have to go through, a whole year, right? I'd have to go back, and I can do that. And I'd, check to see, I guess, what sort of information would come out of those. Oh, he does it for like his work things or things we've done around the house, or we've had a couple of places that we rent and stuff, rental stuff. But usually it's, especially if it's something major, like I'm thinking if we didn't write that down, it would have been really weird for us not to. But I'd have to go back. I'd have to look through each. It was summertime. I'm pretty sure could have gone back to early fall when that happened. I know it was either 2003 or 4. Okay, so that's great. So she can find exactly when. I'd have to go back and check the journal and see if we wrote down what we went on that night. Perhaps that'll be an exhibit. Sure, that'll be posted, right? All her personal information, of course, removed, but the exact journal entry will be an exhibit. Mass casualty, right? And you're talking about the incident in Audible, that incident that Gabriel happened with, okay, Gabe and Lisa, okay, where maybe after the statement, we'll leave some contact information for you. Sure, no problem. So if in Audible, I got lots of spare time at night, I can go, I don't mind going through it. Okay. But yeah, you mentioned that Gabriel took the tires off Lisa's car. Okay. Let's see what she says. Yes. Did you see that? I didn't. What can you tell me about that? I didn't see it. Mm-hmm. But she did say, I can't go anywhere. He's taken the tires off my car, and I think he's thrown them. She wasn't sure. It was either he had thrown them into a ditch or the, back of his property, how it goes down into the marshy area. Throwing it down that way or something. So we weren't really sure. So she didn't know where the... Okay, now I think I have to reread what the fuck was in the paper. That's not what the paper was representing. The mass media through this whole fucking thing has lied, and built a fucking narrative without any investigative skills at all, because they know where their money flows from. Protect the fucking government. Bullshit. I didn't see it. She told us. She who, of course, isn't impartial at this point. Or she, I should be sarcastic. She, of course, totally impartial. No bias at all. She's not drunk. He's not drunk. You're going to rip tires off in the fucking when you're drinking and throw them around in the dark. Let's get real here. Where's my beer? Thank you. I prefer a tire iron right now. No, I'm not discounting that, Jamie. You know me. I'm just saying the truth about what we're seeing here. I'm not questioning. I'm just going with what the character is and what's been represented in the media. Just totally fucked. Which I think you could concur, right? And I'm not judging whether he did or didn't. I'm not even there. I'm like, yeah, okay. Mine actually is just who else may be involved in this one. But I don't think what the media has been telling about his character is all true. They falsely represent. So there's obviously a fuckload more to this story. It's thrown out that way or something, somewhere. So we weren't really sure. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate that understanding. Really sure. So she didn't know where the tires were. And that was his way of going, you're not leaving here. So she had no other way of getting home that night. And that's why she come to Kim and Ruby's to see if she wanted to see if she could get help with her trying to get her stuff. I thought she was at the party. Oh, wait. I don't even understand now. Wasn't she at the party? All the ladies were sitting around and she was kind of standoffish. Before she could leave and to get a phone, someone picked her up. This is all according to her, the tires. Yeah, I don't think so. Not at all. So then the question is why? What are we being lied to? Why are we paying in excess of $100 million for this shit? And it isn't just guns. But never seen him take it off, because I said I only seen him when we all walked back and he was on the deck and splatting off about no one's coming in here to help or whatever. Just clear out. He's gooned. That's why they arrest people. She's gooned. He's gooned. Just take them away. Take a time out. Wake up the next day. Phone your sister, whoever. Go somewhere else. Come home the next day. Hopefully heads are less intoxicated and can speak. Don't do a Blair. Okay. You said that Lisa was nervous. Very nervous. I haven't heard that yet. I just heard that she was standoffish. I just found her to be very quiet. I don't think she wanted to discuss what happened, because I know we were saying things like, you should phone the cops, or just going to console her and comfort her. But I knew she felt nervous. I knew she felt nervous because she didn't want to open up to us and what was going on. That's drawing conclusions, calling for conclusion was going down between them. But obviously we knew, if he's capable of going to this point to take off your tires, then threatening John and, Elson with, I got guns in here, guys. Just let you know this. I thought, you don't want to mess around with anyone like that. And he was intoxicated or not, whether he was intoxicated or not. I didn't know if that was what was all this was about, or another side that we didn't know about Gabe. So was it a case of people trying to go into his house? And he's just like, no, don't come in here. I have guns in here. Don't come inside. Just be sitting on his porch. Don't come inside. That wasn't, I thought, what I read initially, but definitely had multiple personalities. I'll tell you, there's something going on. Something really screwy. Take it off, not them. One tire taken off, not plural. Take it off. Very interesting. Sorry, that's response to Linda. Let's see, where's that? He was an effing idiot. No one knew him. Okay. Hello, Kelly. How's it going? Petrocan video says it all. What does that say? I'm not sure. Okay. Friday, what a disaster. You don't need blocks, just a jack. True. But who does that when you're drinking? This seems improbable. It's not, I'm saying impossible, but it's Lisa's word against his word. By the sounds of it, so far I'm not hearing anybody who witnessed it. That's all that I'm saying. Sounds like she's drunk, he's drunk, and she's not admonished yet in this one by any stretch. So I don't know what's going on over there. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I knew she didn't want to discuss it, so we kind of left her alone. But I never knew, I never she was nervous because she was thinking, oh my God, this is all happening. They all know about it now because, of course, now the neighbors knowing, well, what's going on, right? And she's not proud of that fact. So I knew how she was feeling. You knew that. So we were talking with her and stuff, just small talk and that. But like I said, she never really grooved in with the rest of the girls and that. But that's okay. That's her thing. But yeah, I would say she was on the nervous side. I would say she was on the nervous side. Nervous, probably, maybe about what he was going to do, what was going to happen after that, or whatever, but she just seemed nervous and on edge. Get the phone, call somebody, and fucking go home somewhere else. And quit drinking to that stage. Okay, you mentioned that. I think it was that you jumped back to it. You mentioned that a group of you went to Gabriel's. Yes. Who was in the group? So it would have been Kim, Ruby, and John. Me, Kim, Ruby, and John. I'm thinking there was no others at that point. That was just us at that point. I don't know. You know what? I'm trying to remember if Lisa was part of that at that time, or did she just stay back? But anyway, we all went up to see and what we could do to help her get her stuff. See if we could talk to him. But he wasn't having it. It was this way. The way he was doing it. Too bad. And that sort of thing. So we kind of gave up and kind of went back to the fire and waited for her ride to come. Okay. Prior to Lisa leaving the bonfire to go to wherever she went. How was she then? Well, you could tell that it upset her, I guess. Lisa left to go. I was thinking whoever picked her up, because I'm not even sure now who it was whether it was a friend or a family member. She was probably going back to their place. Smart idea. Probably, I don't think she was going back to where his other place. He had another apartment over his office. In Dartmouth. I don't think it was that place. I think she was going back to whoever picked her up. Where did John and Gabriel go to see if she was at a place? Do you remember? So Lisa left the bonfire prior to her coming back to get her stuff from Gabriel's house? You said she went to Sutherland Lake. Oh! Yeah. Well, hold on. Inaudible. Hold on a minute now. They weren't with us that night. They were up at Sutherland's Lake doing their thing. When I guess Gabe came, I don't know what happened up there. All I know is Gabe came back at his house. Gabe is back at his house, goes over to Elson's place to say, I can't drive right now, but can you take me up to go and get Lisa at this gathering party, whatever, up on Sutherland's Lake. Now, I'm trying to remember how John and Kim came into it, but I'm guessing they were like backup for help to help them. So they all went into Ellison and in the Ellison's truck to Sutherland's Lake. So he went home by himself and then asked somebody to go and pick her up. He didn't drag her home or anything. I'm not quite getting this one. Okay, to find Lisa. So you never saw Lisa prior to any of this? No. They were doing their thing that night. Okay. This is our little own little bonfire at Kim and Ruby's. Okay. They were just kind of, she came into it asking for help to see if someone I see could get her stuff. Okay, so now somebody's gone and picked her up already. Okay. That's the only time that I seen Lisa prior to that. Her, and from what we know, her and Gabe were partying up at some sort of place, a party in Sutherland's Lake, and they were both intoxicated. Okay. Any other times that you saw Lisa and Gabe? Any sort of violence? Mm-hmm. No drunk driving going on either. Okay. Or anything like that. Not including any other violence. Not including what you've heard from Bo, Balin, Forbes. But anything that you've experienced yourself or witnessed yourself. Aha. Important question. Never seen him, ever. I've never seen bruises on this woman, ever. That's what I find a little strange. But then you got to think, I'm not always seeing her, true. So when they're up here on the weekend, or if they come up on the week and they stay a full week, if they're together on that week, doesn't say I'm going to see absolutely them because they just go for walks, or if there's a visit with a friend, like Wilkie or or a neighbor. There's a few cop friends. Then might see them, or other than that, it was like hit or miss whether you'd really, because we weren't what you would call the people that they kind of hung out with. Curious. I'd like to know, who are the people that they hang out with? Did they not say that the police took Gabe from Sutherland Lake? I'm getting mixed up now. What you do know for sure is Nancy just doesn't know. Right? Is that Lisa that's saying that? Didn't they? Yeah, they took him home. That's what she said. It could fit. He's at home by himself. And then he's saying, could somebody go and get her? Which, if the police did bring him home, it's probably not a good idea for him to go up there. But anyway, maybe we'll learn more. It was just like by chance, if you got to see them, sort of thing. And I never seen him being violent with her. Never seen him really say anything that was we'll say on the abusive side or mean to her. Never seen that. I just felt like they're different, like when they're at different gatherings, not their crowd, he kept an eye on her. That's the way I think. I think it's where it was the domineering thing, being just very possessive about her. I think he just kept a close eye on Lisa, and they didn't stay long at parties. And like I said, they'd show up maybe for an hour or two, and then they would be gone, and that sort of thing. No, never seen. I really honestly say I've never seen him act in a way that was violent towards her, whether it was verbally or physically. This, once again, isn't saying that it didn't happen. It's just saying, did she witness it? And she's saying, no, never did. All seems to be coming from Branda. I think there's something there. Okay, you mentioned that Gabe had liver disease. When was that? Oh, God, the year for that now. Okay, so if if he was intoxicated in 2003-4, I will say, God, I hate guessing at these things, but Kim and Ruby moved in 2006. Was it before or after that he had liver? I'll just go with 2006, because that's the only year that I'm thinking maybe that's when we found out about it and was told. He said it himself, that he had to start watching. He couldn't drink anymore because he was diagnosed with liver disease. Ginger ale, Pepsi. Oh, he never came to the house, says Lisa. Sure. Only serving him soda pop. Serving the cops soda pop. But no, they never came. Okay. Really mention it or put it out there, but I also heard it through Jill. Hearsay. She goes, yeah, you know that Gabe's sick, eh? I goes, yeah, I thought. Because he had been losing weight. He didn't look healthy. And I just went, geez. She goes, well, he's got liver disease, so he's not drinking anymore. I went, well, that's a good thing. I said, okay. That would be, oh, shoot, his name, Ron. Why is his name slipping my mind? That's an interesting read. Tony, Ron, find out here for you. Who was at the barbecue? I'm not quite actually getting a firm read on who's all there. Ron McGraw. Here we go. Here's his statement. Tony? That's good if he's inaudible. You're not drinking. You mentioned that before, in a year before Bo moved, that you had a night at Brenda's house where she went on a rant about she was going off on him. Okay, tell me everything. Yeah, about that. And okay, don't leave anything out. That should be interesting. Maybe we'll get a little bit more insight. Well, I had seen her earlier in the day, and she says, why don't you come over? And she goes to me, you can, they just had built this extension balcony on their second floor. She goes, you can come over and meet, and we'll sit out and we'll have a couple of drinks and whatever. And I said, okay, that's fine. So I did. John didn't want to go over, so he stayed home. Okay, so it's just her that's going to go over there. I went there, and we went up. You know, you had to go up like these flight of stairs, pulled down on the inside of the house, and then you go up, and then you're all out on her little balcony overlooking the bay there. So there was her, me, and George. And she was saying to me, like, I'd say most of the time I was there, and I was probably there close to 2 hours. I'd say the majority of the 2 hours she spent talking about her fear of Gabe, and that she had to move. They were going to put up their house up, and she goes, I can't take this anymore. I'm scared. He's going to hurt me. And it was all to do about stuff coming out about Lisa. He ended up finding out that Bo is the one that, released the information out, and I think it was Glenn that slipped it out. And it all came out at one of their drunken gatherings or parties one night. So after that, he had disdain for Bo, really. She's the one that opened her mouth. Probably why he also has difficulty with Glenn. I think there may be other things from a long time ago going on with Glenn, but all being said, the barbecue was only for friends who were helping out burn the cut. That would have been Leon, my grandparents, and their friends from on the beach. What equipment was being used that day? Do you know? I'm curious. Yes, I linked to you Ron McGraw's statement, Tony. That was what I was saying. Ron McGraw was the person who was there. Ron McGraw. Sorry, did I say Rob? I think I said Ron. Ron McGraw. R-O-N. McGraw. But I think that there's plural people on his end anyway. There seems to be a few people. You say it's, Leon, your grandparents, and their friends from the beach. Do you know who are the friends from the beach, Jamie? Thank you for that. What's this? RCMP finally caught up with him when he was sentenced, staying out of the area in that order. The bear picture. Who stole? Okay, anyway, I gotta. Hopefully that helps you, Tony. It's a harder to read at points, shall we say. Okay. The drunken gatherings one night. So after that, he had disdain for Bo. She's the one that opened her mouth, let it out of the bag. So that's after when she started saying, I don't trust him. He's pissed at me. I just don't feel safe here anymore. Well, you're fucking spreading rumors. Isn't that on you? And I just remember questioning her, saying, really? I said, do you feel that it's at that point you know, you don't, that you want to move? And she said, yeah. She goes, I just don't trust. I don't feel comfortable anymore being here alone if George is not here, especially when he goes on his, he had gone to Africa a couple times and that. And I said, okay, I get that. She goes, because I've seen him from when he comes around, and he stops in front of the house with his truck and he intimidates me. And I said, oh, really? And she said, yeah, I just don't feel safe anymore. And I said, she goes, and you know, he's got guns up there. I said, well, yeah, I've heard you say this before. I've heard it from people. I've not seen it. And I said, okay. She says, you know, just the way he beats Lisa and he's assaulting her that time where he was choking her back there and all this. Oops. Oops. The mini excavator? Whose mini excavator? Ron's? Is that it? Just one mini excavator? Sorry, I know it's kind of an anal question. I'm just trying to get the pieces here. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, so lots of goo coming out of Brenda. Not making any sense. And she doesn't seem to like the shoe. What was it that she said? If the shoe fits, wear it. So if you start spreading rumors and people don't like you so much anymore, if the shoe fits, wear it, would be what I'd say. Ron is from the beach. Keith Jeffers. Oh, he's Keith Jeffers' brother-in-law. Interesting. I tell you, I don't understand why I'm across the country learning about a community when I've never even been in your province. Keith and Ron from the beach, not relevant to Gabriel Wortman. Not relevant. Well, I think it was just relevant in the so much as who was at the party. Yes, or the barbecue. My apologies. The barbecue. Who was having barbecue and helping clear. That's all that I'm trying to ascertain. Who was there trying to clear. Clearing brush, right? Clearing brush. Then I got that down. You know me, Jamie. Come on. I'm a bit fastidious about detail. Pardon me. He beats and assaults her. That's the time when he was choking her out there and all this, to which she never witnessed anything. So I'm hearing it from her, who's hearing it from other people. So I'm just hearing what her story is. I've never seen it. So I'm going, okay. Hearsay, she knows law. It's almost like she knows law. She's just telling me this. And how these guys are just standing around and all this. And how the RCMP were called that night, but nothing happened. I don't know. She goes, so no, I'm not taking any chances with him. And she's, he could kill me. Wow, this is really going out there. I just thought, okay, well, she's just exaggerating, right? I just thought, okay, well, I said, I hope it doesn't come to that, Bo. I really hope that you don't have to sell your house and take $100,000 loss because you drove by your house with a truck. And you have to move from here because that would be too bad. You've made a beautiful home here. And I said, I'd hate to see that. I'd hate to see that have to happen to resort to that. You have to move. Must be really, really bad. Really bad. But I'm not seeing that. It's pretty much what she's going on about it with, she'd say to George, yeah, I remember this. And he did that. He did this and whatever. Oh, fuck. It's purely speculation on my part, but I'm beginning to get a feeling when I hear that. She's sitting in front of George saying this stuff. Could it be that maybe George found out about something between Brenda and Gabe? And she's kind of got the pie played out. Is that possible? Is that possible? Just saying. I'm not admonishing Mr. Workman by any means. But is it possible that something else may be going on? And George might not be too happy about what's happened. So she's like, oh, no. I'm very scared of this man. I would never. He does all these terrible things. Could it be? Opinion. Possibility. That's all. Actually, it's not opinion. It's just a possibility. Pretty much her going on about it. And she'd say to George, yeah, remember that? He did this. Or whatever. And George would just get the odd little, yeah. And he'd agree with whatever. That it was pretty much her going off on it all night. I just let her go on because it seemed she needed to. So I just left her. I listened to her and that was about it, and just went home and told John about it. And I just went, I don't know if it's her being too extreme about it, or is she really had a valid, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Is that plausible, ladies? Because I have so many ladies that watch. Is that plausible that could happen? I have heard of a situation of something similar where a person claimed something and they went pretty far on it too, as I recall, to cover up something else that may have been going on. Is that possible, ladies? What could Linda, I couldn't say no such thing. That would be very sexist and misogynistic if I repeated your statement. So avoid that. I can't relate to people. Wouldn't be me. Could it be though that there is that a possibility that maybe something untoward was happening with Wortman and Brenda, and she's just covering her own ass in front of George? Guns up the chimney's code. Where the hell did that come from? Guns up the chimney. Okay. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Well, that's true. Anything's possible anywhere. Because when you hear, yeah, sigh, I don't know. Sometimes you just wonder, some people have a tendency to exaggerate things. That's all I'm going to say. Uh-oh. And then she laughs. Oh, no. Oh, I think she's saying something there. Some people have a tendency to exaggerate things. That's all I'm going to say. I like Bo, but she can be a little extreme when she's saying things or telling stories or her version of things. So I just go, okay, well, all right. I just listen to her and that's about it. It's kind of like what she said about Gabe. That's kind of just Gabe. Kind of just Brenda. Yeah, not looking good at all. I think those two, if I can say this two, I don't even know if this is going to help. It might. They had a rival thing about their homes. They were the two log homes on the block. Okay, his was built first. Then Bo and George came in about 2001. They had had it built by Kenomi Homes. I hope I've got that right. There was this rivalry, like, okay, there's this rivalry about, oh, he's put brick on the front of his house. Now I'll put. She did. They put the same stone. Bo and George did. Well, he didn't like it, and he'd made comments to me and John, inaudible. Did you see what she did to her place? Oh my God, it looks horrible. I guess this is Gabe speaking. And this and that. She bastardized her whole house. And she's just copying me. And this and that. You see the way that she decorates her house inside. Well, she's got a mishmash of all these different styles. And I was like, it's her house, let her do, it's her thing. Something very strange going on here. I think it's pretty self-evident by this point, though. But I just found out was that thing because she would say stuff about his place too. Oh, yeah, well, he's copying me. I just thought, oh my God, this is crazy. But that was their thing. So, whatever. I don't know if this is when they're getting on. Do you know if Gabriel ever made sexual advances towards Brenda? Hearsay. That's all I'm going to say about that. Okay. So maybe Seamus's possibility just floated out there may in fact be true. George is probably like, we're leaving. None of that's going on anymore. Maybe. Hearsay seems to be stronger though now. That's all I'm going to say about that. I like she speaks goad. I've heard stories, and it's, to me, I'm not going into that hot tub with you guys, so I can't say anything. But yes, I did. I can tell you who said it. And you've already interviewed her. I have heard her tell this, or I've heard her story. I've a couple of years ago too. So there's this story. Where's that story? Who's that? Did anybody come across this person? She's been interviewed. Want to find who this person is? Do you know, Cindy? He charmed them with alcohol, apparently. Seems like he did a lot more than that. Seems like. To not just to Nancy, there's quite a few statements. I do spend exorbitant number of hours a day reading. Well, the summer drifts by. Another summer. Today's a shitty day, so it's a good day for reading. Okay. Yes. Well, I cannot repeat that line, Cindy, but it goes both ways. Men do money and things, and women can do other things. Or women come do things too. And it's all a give and take in this world. Everything's a give and take. What makes a good partnership? Power. Something. I've heard something about that somewhere. Now, that's all I'm going to say about that. I've heard stories. Okay, so a couple of years ago, they've interviewed somebody, and she's told them a story. Now, is it a story? I don't know. Or did she see something? Or was it at the hot tub? I don't know when this all went down. I've heard it a couple of years ago, too. So when I hear that, I just go, okay, happened with you three. I wasn't in the tub with you, so I don't know. But yes, there was stuff that went on that night, and they were all intoxicated. Okay. It's becoming clearer. What the fuck? I think that's all you have to do is make that face. I'm amused by the simplest things, Jamie. It's like the Blair face. It should have like Blair underneath it or something. I wonder if Kershaw is just like that. Is it or is it like one thing, I guess, led to another, I guess, if you wanted to look at it that way. So whether it was just stuff that got exaggerated or someone added more to the story to make it sound a little more enticing, people love salaciousness. I don't know. So all I can say is I only heard it. Secondhand news. Hearsay. But this is good. The ones sorry. How many people? Only ones left is Bjorn. Well, Bjorn bought up some property down there. Very interesting. Through an interprovincial company off of Maureen. Very interesting, Kelly. Not sure if you were aware of that. Just thought I'd let you know his triple M. I'm not sure if you were here when I went through that. Buying a property. King of Portapic. Now, good for him. Okay, I never heard it from Bo. Okay, never heard it from Bo. I'll just say that. I've never heard it from Gabe. Okay. Just the one person you already know who that is, probably. Who has apparently been interviewed. She knows that. It sounds. So there's an interview out there that's going to have some spicy stuff in it. You know who this is, Cindy? Any of you know who may know something about something? Okay. You said that Bo can exaggerate stories. Yeah, she had a tendency to do that. Yeah. I guess they're not speaking anymore. Had, past tense. Everyone will tell you that. Okay. She does. But what I'll say about Bo is there is truth to her story, and it always was, but she likes to always either elaborate or add her own twist to it. Oh, Brenda. Oh. Uh-huh. And that's just the way she is. I've listened to some of her interviews that she has had with CBC, and okay, just things seem a little bit either more just to make it sound I don't want to sensationalize it, but she just puts her own spin on things sometimes. She always did, even when she lived here. Now, I don't know if they just have a bad relationship, but that's a pretty bad statement. So she's saying the things in the media? Meh. So, I mean, I said that right at the start. I'm like, hearsay. And literally, it is in the fucking videos. All of them. I'm like, no. Way back then when she was coming out with it. Like, I just read it and it was like so apparent. I guess, you're not slow reader like me. Sometimes we can just miss these things. Okay. About certain things that she was talking about and an argument she had with someone. It was her story, and this is how she was sticking to it, sort of thing. But I will say, though, the night that she went on about Gabe and the fear, you could see it in her. She actually was vibrating when she talked about it. So I knew that she had to really be sincere with it. It wasn't put on, and that I will back her on that one. Okay, interesting. So what is it that she's afraid of? Was she being legitimate and true? 100%? I don't think so. Because she didn't see anything. So something took place. She is afraid of the something that took place. She didn't see anything. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. If Bo had a time machine, maybe she would. Bjorn's the fourth musketeer no one knew about. The politics is going to make people be a lot less. What is it? There's something in that. There's a saying somewhere in the Bible about that. rumoring. Bjorn Free, a person of interest, walk around with a gun the whole night, counter RCMP twice, advise others the next day he's killed, from further investigation. Oh, there's a lot more he's free from. Bjorn. Very interesting man. Sports. Something about some sport. Lisa is still alive, could be afraid of the military woman. She's afraid of something. And Nancy Hudson's so far statement seems to be quite credible to me. I know I've read something here that somebody said there. Maybe that was directed at John. I don't know. All these politics and drama. What was your understanding of why they moved? Because of him. Was it? Yeah. You said that Brenda told you that Gabriel Hudson. Now, hold on a moment here. So, what was it? She doesn't know why. Because of him. So, again, could it be that something was going on and George was like, you're not going to hang around with this dude anymore. Like, you can't be in the same neighborhood. You guys are getting into too much hanky stuff. So we're just going to leave. So that doesn't go on anymore. Could that be it? And she's afraid of George? Who knows? You said that Brenda told you Gabriel had some guns, but you said that you heard it from other people who, who are those other people? Kim said he said, I remember Gabe showing me guns, and Bo and George, that was pretty much it. Those two right there. That's 3. Okay. Never seen them ourselves, though. Oh, except when he made that comment to John. Is he exaggerating? What's going on? Again, I'm just looking at it. Let's look and see if there's a statement here from a Kim or a Ruby. Anybody in here know Kim or Ruby, or has read their statement? Okay, there's Kim Mill's statement. Okay, does anybody want to take that? I'll drop it in here just for anybody who wants that. Probably would be worthwhile reading. And Ruby. Okay, so no statement from Ruby, just one from Kim. That seems odd. Why would you not have one from both? Okay. I got guns in here, but like I said, when people say that stuff, you got to go, okay, yeah, might be have a couple rifles in there, and that's what you think, right? You just don't ever think about semi-automatics and all that stuff. So, is it fair to say that there are a lot of stuff you've heard about Gabriel you haven't witnessed firsthand that comes from Brenda and Angela? Whoa, let's see. What's coming out to you now, you mean, or what's been told to me? What's been told to you through the group? A lot from Bo, like I know, through the statement, of course. You said, this is hearsay, this is hearsay, this is hearsay. I wonder if anybody was watching those videos. Yeah, I just want to know, is that information, is that coming from Brenda? And I would, Angela, say yes. You could say those two right there. Okay, so I think we kind of got a better read on who people are and their character. Okay. Is there anybody else? They would talk to about Gabe in another way, like, we're just trying to make sure that we talk to everybody. Well, let's see Ruby's statement. Okay, I see. Well, I already told Kim Mills that she's probably going to be wanting to be talked to because he was part of that night that this happened. Okay. John Elson and it was Kim there. It is all also and Ruby and his wife. So they're right next door to Jill and Elson, and then there's Gabe on the other side. Like I said, when they threw parties, he was there. He picked up, like I went to his place in Dartmouth. I picked up a bunch of hardwood flooring. So, he had a little bit, maybe the gifts. I don't know. I would say that he knew Gabe more, but he just had more of a contact, I think, with Gabe than even me and John did. Okay, good. Now we know who's a little bit more. And the end of the kind of last stuff that you were talking about, was all Gabriel's childhood and father stuff. Where did you hear that? I heard some of that through Bo. She didn't really elaborate, as she has a tendency to do. She just, he's got some fucked up things that happened when he was a kid, then that. And I said, oh, okay. And his father was this and that. But a lot of it came through, I think, Glenn telling Angela about it. And then Angela kind of told me stuff about saying, there was some messed up stuff. Okay, so we got to go further up the food chain on this one. That's all garbage. Because I always wondered. I said, because we heard things about, he hates his dad, this and that, and other things, and he's estranged from his mom. Then I heard when thing came out about finding out about he had a brother, that he was adopted. He never knew about it. When that came out, that's when, people started talking about it, this and that. Talking about it and that. I know Gabe wasn't happy about certain things to do with his brother. Sounds like he's pissed at his family that they didn't tell him about this stuff. Where did you hear that from? I'm trying to remember who that came. Seriously, I don't remember. Okay. Who told me that? All I know is that probably through one of the neighbors up around the road that. Okay. Well, okay. So the Chinese, I think we can kind of get a name for that. And not to say that in a rude way, but there's a Portapic telephone. The Portapic telephone, a lot of Portapic telephone that goes on. So you have to be very careful. Okay, we used to kind of all hang out with. It could have been Bo, could have been Jill, even. So the thing is, though, when that happened, though, he was very he didn't even see his mother after that. He wasn't seeing his dad really, but after that happened, he just kind of disowned them. That was it. That was the end of it. And that was the last thing. Yeah. You just jump back to, said that you were watching the concert. Yeah. Lady Gaga concert. Mm-hmm. And did you hear a thud? Did you hear a thud? Yes. Okay. Because I looked over at John and I said, what was that? And he said, I don't know. And I went, I think you better go check. So he got up, looked out, patio door, kind of looked out, 10:30, no fire, couldn't see it. Strange. To make sure it wasn't a raccoon coming on a feeder, dropping down from the banister out there. And he goes, I don't know. I don't really see anything out here. No crimson sky, no raccoon. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, or a thud. Never know. But no fire. What would the thud be from? We both looked at each other and thought, that's kind of weird. It's kind of reminded of us of the thud that the boys got killed on East Montrose Road. They went right through a hydro pole back in 6. We could hear that thud. Oh, and I'll never forget that night when I heard that one. But anyways, it was kind of like that. That's got to be pretty loud. And I went, holy crap, what? I said, that kind of sounds like that night when the boys got killed. And he said, yeah. And that's the remark we made about that. When Jill came over and she told us about what she heard, we went, yeah. Was it between 10 and 10:30? She goes, yeah, I was getting ready for bed. Okay, so 10:30, you hear a thud. Yeah. When was the time that you first noticed the glow? The fire? Yes. The glow, I can tell you exactly. Like I said, the concert had ended. I went in, I'll say 5 minutes after 11, somewhere like that. Okay, so the fire doesn't seem to happen until maybe a little bit later. It was the cops that caught my eye first, all their lights. And then when I went, like I said, to shunt the blind, whoa, the sky lit up, crimson, orange, bright, went out on the deck. And when we seen it shining on the tide coming in, we knew it had to be Gabe's place. Or it was a log home going up for sure. No. I'm not on board with that. She doesn't know. Okay. Other than that thud, did you hear anything else? I did not, or I didn't. But John he thought he heard explosions and some gunshots. I did. I wasn't out there when he was hearing that. I was inside because I was on my tablet Facebooking people and stuff. All right. You mentioned it was Jill's son that came over. Lawrence. Yeah. That's his name. Lawrence. When did Lawrence come into this picture? I haven't seen Lawrence yet. He came over to make, in the morning? He came over to make sure his mother was okay. Okay. Because we left messages saying, this is what happened. You need to get up here as soon as you get this message. And he did about 8:15 in the morning when he got up. And then you mentioned your sister came over at some point. What's her name? Diana Urquio. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Okay. Yeah, all right. Dale, you got any questions? Just earlier you mentioned that there was a time where Lisa and Gabe gone their separate ways and another woman had come up. Yeah. Describe her to me? I can't. I just saw only the back end of her going inside Gabe's place. Okay. Yeah, okay. And I remember saying, well, who's this girl that's up here, this woman? And it was said by whoever now, I can't remember. It could have been Jill. It could have been it told to us by one of the neighbors up there. Could have been Brenda. Could have been Angela. The telephone. Oh, he's seeing some girl that he works. She's from his workplace. There's only Ulu. And him and Lisa at that time, I guess, just had been one of those breakups at the time, and he was seeing whether Lisa knew about it. I don't know, but now that's interesting. Let's see if she says anything about Lisa working there, because she doesn't say that so far, which is strange. I guess, tell me, you knew it wasn't Lisa? I know Lisa. I know her frame. I know she's very slim. She's just this girl, just had a different look to her. You couldn't tell her by her hair. You could tell by her hair and everything else. Okay. Okay. What kind of hair does she have? And supposedly she had her kid up there too, is what I heard. Oh, goosebumps. Ooh. Okay. Supposedly she had her kid up there too, is what I heard. But I've never seen the kid, so I don't know. But that's what I mean. You obviously you can describe her build, inaudible, her hair. What year was this? Sorry, I missed what year that was. Can somebody help me? Just so I don't go back, I'll continue reading. Well, she's a little more buxom, than Lisa. Lisa's a little more slimmer build and athletic. She's very athletic. That where I am, she takes care of her body. She's just a slimmer build. She's got brunette hair, usually shoulder length, a little longer, and I just knew it wasn't Lisa. And her car wasn't up there either. Usually she brings up her car. And that was another thing. So this person had a bigger build than Lisa, you'd say. Just her hair was different. Tell me her hair was different. Tell me her hair was different. It was a lighter shade. I think it... Okay, so that probably not Olu. I think it... At that time, Don't ask me what the length is. I just know it was on lighter shade, and she was a little fuller frame. I don't think this is Ulu. Ulu is black. Yeah, okay. But just so, because it's not captured on the recording. Yeah. You mentioned a couple of times. Sorry? What's not captured on the recording? You mentioned a couple of times, you said that we know who this person is that provided. When we talked about the hot tub and stuff, it's Angela Doucette. Yes, okay. Yeah. I was going to, yeah. ask you if that was her. Yeah. Just going to make sure we're talking about the same person. Yeah. She knows I know it all. Oh, what's that? What is that? She knows I know it all. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure because, yeah. But like I said, when you hear stuff like that, I'm only going to, take it with a grain of salt. Good. Because if you're not in the tub with them and you're not seeing what's going on, okay, fair, good stuff. Yeah, you don't see it, you don't know. Absolutely. Then I just look at it, it's hearsay, it's your story, and I'm only repeating what you told me, sort of thing. That's it. Mm-hmm. Is there anything that you thought we'd ask you but didn't ask you? No. I think you've covered most everything. You're good. All right. All right. I'm not understanding the laughing. Well, that's very interesting, isn't it? The person that you told me about. I'm going back. That's a long time ago, Don. The kid thing and Angela. Okay. So I don't know if there's like some not, because you have to factor in different details here too, right? So is there some bad blood between people, say Nancy and other people that she's talking about? So far, I find at least what she's speaking to be credible, because she's very quick to point out whether she saw something herself or just heard it, which I think is always a really trustworthy thing. It's not to say that it's 100%, but it's certainly more reliable than somebody just running around and saying things. Especially if they say, like, trust me and believe me, or I'm not lying. Which part was heavily redacted? Sorry? I have a feeling I know who she's talking about. In another piece here, but I could be wrong. Yes, so I didn't speak to her, so I don't know. I believe I know who it is, though. Well, I have a feeling, and that gets into a whole bigger story. The last part is heavily redacted. Oh, there's definitely a lot to mull over there. So John's statement, I think, is new, because the other day I don't think John's statement was up. So I am curious to read that, but that's going to be, how long is this one? 16 pages. I guess I could read it. Where are you guys at? Been really quite a few interested. You want me to read? You want me? We can take a break for coffee, etc., and I'll read his statement if you'd like. Might be better just to have it all in one, and then that way we have kind of the Hudson element. Like this, learning laws. I just read. I don't teach much. I'm just repeating other people's words. Not getting in the middle of any of this goo. All right, so we got 2 votes. How long did it take them to finish up today? 3 votes. Scraping paint and listening. Sorry. I just had a mental image. Nothing about you. It's a joke from a long time ago. Joanne says, okay, yes. All right. So we've got Blue Nose, Julia, Cheryl, Joanne. Okay. All right. Well, give me a moment and we'll be back. I'm in for an early 4:20. Yeah, it's a bit early now. All right. I'll be back here in say a couple minutes or whatever. All right. Thanks for staying aboard, and see you soon. Okay. Oh, I need to get some more cigarettes. Little furry friend joined me too. I go out in the rain. Okay, it's almost 3:20. Almost. Nova Scotia should, and the RCMP and the MCC should start using your clocks, Julia, because you know how to use them very well. Lessons can be learned. Where is the Jeopardy song? It's always 4:20 somewhere. It's always 4 O'Brien, 5 O'Brien somewhere. 5 bar. I need Jamie to pipe in with the drunky face or whatever that is. All right. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Hello. Somebody popped in here. Hello, Peter. How you doing? Okay. Lost a couple of people. Still quite a few of you on board. Let's get into it. May 15th. Is that the same day? I believe so. Or is it May 22nd? She did. Yep, same day. So she's being, John got questioned first. Looks like. And they did it separately. Good. That's the way to do it. All right, so Constable Kershaw and Burris again. So the 123 at on May 15th, 2020. Constable Burris starts off and he says, it's Constable Dale Burris, Constable Ben Kershaw, RCMP Major Crimes. I think they're Bible Hill, I'm not sure. April 15th, May 2020. Currently 123 or 1323. We're in Portapique, Nova Scotia. John Hudson, Mr. Hudson. As you are well aware, we're conducting an investigation of the mass murder that took place in this area, April 18th, 19th. Just through our investigation, we learned that you are a resident in the area and that you may have some information about the suspect, Gabriel Wortman. What I'd like you to tell me is everything that you know about Gabriel. Every little detail is important. Don't leave anything out, and you start from the beginning. Please. Could you please? Yeah, never mind. Okay. Everything I know about him. Well, as far as I can remember, he moved to the area about 18 years ago. My wife and I had been here almost 32 years now. When he first moved in, basically, he kept to himself and that sort of thing. We know many people up and down Portapique Beach Road, Portapique Beach Road area. Most every weekend, so we'd go up and have a fire, somebody's yard, like a bonfire or party, whatever, parties. Quite often, Gabe would come to these. Gabe and Lisa would come to these maybe for just a couple of hours anyway. He was usually quite a bit, not sure what he's going to say there, quite a bit quiet. He always had a lot of stories to tell. But he was quiet. Previous jobs and stuff. He used to be a mortician. He would tell us different things like that and talk about the last time I was talking to me Typo, I guess. He was telling me about thinking of going to the States to learn about new implants. Honest. Instead of people are putting an aesthetic dentures nowadays. And actually, the very last time we saw him, my wife and I were just taking off to town, and I guess it was last fall. Interesting, they didn't ask her about that. Right? Last time we saw him, he had his disposition where he was at. He had, I guess, he got himself a new toy or a big chopper, and he was driving, looked like something like out of Easy Rider, and he was driving by. He was all dressed up like the guy, and he was waving as he goes by. Okay, I've heard that he like to wave quite a bit of people, but sorry if I just mutter to myself, don't mind me. I make mental notes. And we all had heard that him and Lisa had problems here and there. Like he was, I think, very domineering over her. I think very domineering over Lisa. And I think you've probably heard stories from Brenda Forbes. She's a good friend. She's been calling me from out west, where she is now, and we spent many nights and days down at Brenda and George's place is down there. We call our inaudible. And there was, you know what? The only time I've ever had an incident with Gabe, like I said, he'd just talk to him a bit during a party or a gathering. You know, I'd sit beside him at a bonfire, whatever that. But there was one night we were having a bonfire. Let's see, it was at a place there, Kim and Ruby's place, which, how would I describe it? I can't remember the address. It's Gabe's house is here. There's a cemetery. Then there's Jill's place, a little yellow house, and right next door to that, there's an empty lot that they own. Jill owns, and then there's another house. I think that's Don Johnson. Caution, Don. And where Kim and Ruby used to live, we had a lot of bonfires there, but we were there one night, and Jill's husband, can't remember exactly because we were drinking a bit that night. Okay, so that sets the tone. And this is going to be about 10 o'clock at night. I can't remember if Gabe had come to Elson saying Gabe had been drinking, so he didn't want to drive. Elson got in his truck, and me and Kim got in the truck as well, and he wanted to go and find Lisa. He said she was at some party somewhere. We ended up going through Castlereagh, somewhere up around the Shorts Lake or Sutherland Lake, I think. And we went to a house up there, and they had told, Gabe went in, and they said, no, Lisa has left. So I think they said police had taken him away, right? So only about 10 minutes ago. So we were coming back, and as we're coming back, we were catching up to a car. And Gabe saying, oh, that's Lisa's car. That's Lisa there. Oh, so he was behind her. And he kept telling Elson, pull out, pass her, and then get in front of her and hit your brakes so she has to stop. And I was in the back seat like Gabe was in the front seat with Elson at the time. And I kept saying to Elson, no, don't be doing that, Elson. So she's heading back towards Portapic. I said, just let her go. And Gabe, a few times said, no, go around. But Elson listened to me, and we just more or less follow. She went back to Gabe's house, and Gabe got out, went in Gabe's house, not their house, Gabe's house. Interesting. Gabe got out, went in as well, and then we all went back to the bonfire. And then I think Lisa came up and said, Gabe won't let me get my stuff out of there. I want to go home. I want to go home. And we said, well, just let him cool down for a bit. And then then after about an hour, we went, I think it was Elson and me and Lisa. We drove up, parked in the park in his driveway there. And Lisa said she wanted to try again. Where is Nancy? His wife. She remembered being there. I think what happened, Gabe had taken I can't remember how many, but a couple of tires off of her car and thrown them down in the ditch. I think. So she couldn't drive away. When she went back in, he wouldn't let her get anything. And she came back out and she says, he's not going to give me anything. She said, maybe one of you guys go and talk to him, maybe. And then she said, John, will you go in and get my suitcases and stuff so I can get going? She said, I'll just call someone. I said, sure. So I started walking up to started heading towards the porch, actually. There's only thing left at his place right there now. Getting in the middle of a domestic can be not such a good thing. And he came up out of the door. I was just about to go up the stairs, and he said, what do you want? Now, I thought he was on the porch. And I said, well, Lisa just asked me to come in and get her stuff so she can get going. I said, I won't stay or nothing. I said, I'll just grab her stuff and go. That's a bit presumptuous. He says, no, I don't want you. I don't want anybody to come in this house. Oh, I said, it'll just take me a second, Gabe. I said, that's all we'll do. I said, we'll take off. He says, no one's coming in this house. I'm just letting you know I've got guns in here. Oh, yeah, I don't think you do what he's doing. You go and take care of her. Don't get in the middle of it and try and go into somebody's house. And when they say no, you're like, okay. And I said, okay. I just went back to the car and I was like, okay, a woodpecker hummingbird feed nest. A woodpecker on a hummingbird feed nest. That must be some expression. Aha. Aha. I guess that's nothing to do with that, but yeah. I went back to the car and I said, well, he doesn't want us to go, want us in there. I said, I can't go into the fellow's house who's telling me not to go in there. I am trespassing. Definitely if I'm doing that. Bing. And I said, I said, well, he's got guns. You don't know that. He said that. Yeah, he says that, sorry. I just took it, Gabe's drunk, and he's rambling on. Let him sleep it off. That's what I thought. And then I think Lisa might have said, well, see if you can do it, Elson. Oh. Or something like that. I said, I ain't going in there. And because I remember Elson got upset because Lisa called him a coward. Well, you guys are cowards for not going in there. I kind of said, well, we're not just going inaudible. We just told her to just sleep it off, to just let him sleep it off. Oh, this is very, very different. Do you guys remember the early articles? I'll have to read the early articles. This is not what was coming out. I don't know if they've had time to rethink. Maybe they've watched a few videos somewhere. I'm not sure. Or the media just totally fucked everybody. Maybe both. Well, we're not going. We just told him to sleep it off. Well, we'll see what happens. We went back to the bonfire. Lisa made a phone call. I think it was around 1 o'clock in the morning. Some friends pulled up into the driveway. She got in the car and went back to Dartmouth. That's the only night I ever remember that type of thing where Gabe was like that and mentioning anything about guns or anything like that. Uh-huh. Now, I've heard different stories from Brenda and stuff like that, as well as him having a cache of weapons. But that's just since all this happened. I've never even heard about him having a cache of weapons in his place or anything like that. We haven't. I think this is probably 2003 and 2004 when all this happens. So it was quite a while ago. So if this continues in this vein, my apologies to the Hudson'S for being so falsely fucked in the media. Because that's what they wrote a very, very different story. All of them. And we wouldn't talk to Lisa and Gabe very often, but let's see what else he says. Like, my wife and I quite often, we go for walks from here just down to the point. You bump into friends and sometimes they'll join the walk or whatever and just come back and forth because it's exactly a mile from here to the point. So we get a 2-mile walk in if we do it, and we'd see Gabe and just basically, hey, how you doing? Type of neighbor and that type of thing. And that's when I said, when he would came over and he told me to go and do the implants and stuff like that, and or he'd come out and talk about something that he's done in the house, and what do you think about this? But like, we hadn't really talked too much, or we haven't talked really much to Gabe in the last 7 years or so. And that's basically, you haven't really talked to him much in the last 7 years? Holy shit. And that's basically all I know about Gabe. And well, I was down there once. I was at his house in his dental clinic down in Dartmouth there. Me and that fellow Kim that lived over there. We went to, Kim was getting some hardwood out of that place. Some hardwood flooring. Well, I thought Nancy got hardwood. Maybe I misunderstood that. That was a place that Gabe had been working on, or that he had bought. I think he had, I'm not sure if he sold or gave it to Kim. I thought it was for, anyway. Don't mind me. He said it would, if you want to come and get it, it's right down here. It's in this dumpster or something beside my dental practice. So him and I went down there, filled up the truck in the back of my van, and Gabe brought us in, and I think we had coffee in his kitchen or something there. It's above where the dental practice was and the denturist practice was. And he just more or less told Kim, well, just take whatever you want, and I'm just going to get rid of the rest. So now I've heard all these different things, and I was wondering, well, I've heard about him like recently. They said some story about a fellow named Zach that had an auto body place that ended up taking from him through some Gaudi that he had written up, and he was able to take his home somehow. Okay, this is Zink. I had to learn how to pronounce that name. Zink. Isn't that his name? Zink? He was in the media. He said, oh, he took all this stuff and sold it and all this. Stephen Zink? Zink? I think it was Stephen. I'm not exactly sure how that worked, but I just wonder, if this stuff that we're picking up was actually from that place at that time, because I think he dabbled a little bit in rentals and stuff like that. I do remember him telling me once as well about a friend of his that ended up dying in Moncton, and he didn't have any family in that, and he said, after I thought he said ringing tone. Ring. He had left him an apartment or two up there, and all of a sudden he had a new ATV and a boat. I think he'd gotten off of him and a car, and he says, this guy left me all this stuff because I'm thinking of buying this ATV off of him at the time, but and I talked to him. I bumped into him at Giant Tiger. I bumped into him at Giant Tiger in Truro, and he said, I heard you got an ATV for sale. And he says, yeah. I said, well, I asked him what he wanted for it. I think he said $2,800. It was grisly. And I said, well, I think maybe I'll buy it. But then my wife said, well, didn't you already promise that to Elson? And he said, well, I talked to Elson about it, but he hasn't he hasn't give me no money for it yet. And I said, well, I could get you the cash for it in a couple of days. And my wife said, well, talk to Elson first because he's expecting to buy that off you. And apparently that's the way it ended up going, because Gabe was very close to Elson and Jill, and he would always help them in any way that he could. I know Jill told me that she's the lady that came down here after the SWAT team took her out of the house. She was just shaking that night, and she told them about how hard she was finding it. I thought she drove there. Did the SWAT team just escort her out? She's 77 years old, not really old, blank, and how hard zinc? Okay, so I got that right. There was a dumpster. I thought it was a hell of a lot more than a dumpster of wood. He said he just absolutely cleaned him out. All his clothes, everything. That zinc story. Absolutely everything. Sold him like everything from him. So I don't know. Anyway, and he's speculating about that. Sounds like he just ripped out the wood and redid the house. Now, really get in and out of her tub, how hard it was to get in and out of her tub. And she told Gabe about that. And he's, as she said, like, I'm not exactly sure. It was next week or a week later. He came pulling up and he had a whole bathroom tub set for her. And he ripped out the old one, put in a new one, did all the work, and it looked great to see he loved doing stuff like that. He loved working around his place all the time. And he wouldn't accept anything for it, as far as I know. I've seen this a lot of places. He just gives things away. I'm not admonishing this person at all. Or sorry, I'm not saying that Gabe didn't do anything. I'm not saying anything of the sort. But I think there is so much more to this story. And in order to make good judgments on things, you have to know all sides of the story. And it's so fucking interesting that nobody wants to represent these pieces. In the media, mass casualty, anything. Why is that? Because I remember there was something else she was telling me about seeing. Well, Gabe wouldn't accept any money, or unless they just want to have it all be the one bad guy. Right? I think that's where we're going with this one. The one. Except money. Well, that was for her dentures. That's right, because he had made dentures for her husband, Elson, and he wouldn't charge him for it. And he made dentures for her mother. And actually, both when Elson passed away and when her mother passed away, he told Jill, you don't have to do a thing. I'll take care of everything. He had connections because he used to be a mortician, and he would take the body out, everything, and done. She didn't have even when we buried her husband out in the Portapique Cemetery, I got pictures of Gabe standing beside his backhoe. He had digged out the hole and everything like that. He made the box that he put the urns in. Jill told me that he was making the box for Elson's ashes. She asked him, "Will you make one for me too?" And she said, "That's a really nice box." And Gabe said, we won't even think about that right now there, Jill. And she says, "No, I really want you to do it." And I think that she said he ended up doing it for her, and he gave it to her so they'd have matching boxes. So when she passes away, she'll be buried beside her husband in the Portapique Cemetery. But really, he has not, he would have, sorry, but really, he would do anything for her, for Jill, because we that night she came here afterwards. We didn't know it was anything going on with Gabe that night because I had just gotten up from my chair. I'd been watching that stay-at-home concert with Lady Gaga that night, and as soon as I got up, I looked out my living room window and I seen over the bay, and I can see the night. And I can see it was all a big glow. And as soon as I saw it, I said to my wife, well, that's got to be Gabe's house. I'm not sure how they're getting that, but anyway, just has to be Gabe's house. Why? I said, it's too close to, you can see the shining right on the bay. Everything's right there. Okay, maybe. I was watching for a second, and my wife came out here, and she's like, "Oh," she says, "there's a bunch of cop cars at the end of the Portapique Beach Road because you can see that from the kitchen window." So I went, "Well, there's something going on." I said, "Maybe they're waiting for the fire trucks to show up." And then I went out on my deck, and I could see that it was really burning there. But then I can see something over here starting to burn. And I'm sure that's Bo and George's old place. Now we're past 11:15, right? Or something around that. That's where John and Joanne were killed in the fire. Big A-frame log home there. And I could tell by the height of the fire, because I said there's a lot of tower. I said, if that's Gabe's, that's got to be it. I said, something's going on. And it was shortly after that, actually, when I was out there, I could hear like explosions. So I imagined that it was tanks going off. I thought I heard gunfire. But I think Gabe was already gone. Uh-oh. See, watch. This is something so interesting when reading the statements. I'm sure you guys have come across it. How the media has gotten into people's minds. And so they know what they know, and then they hear what they hear or have read. And then they kind of put the two of them together. They don't just stick with what they know. Because I think Gabe had already gone out by that time from what I've been told. Hearsay. So, gone. That could, I have to do the, that could be something else going on because of the fire, but stutters. I thought I heard 2 or 3 shots. And then it was shortly after that, around midnight, when Jill came driving up the driveway. My wife and I were back in there. My wife got a text, and it was Jill saying, "I'm in your driveway. Can I come in?" And that's when we went out, and she had her dog. Did they check to see what time she got the text? Did they ask them? It'll be interesting. She had her dog and everything, and she told and that at that time it was rumored there was 2 or 3 guys out there setting places on fire, and there was one of them had a gun. That's what we heard that night. So we had no idea it was Gabe or anything like that. If he had decided to come to our place, I wouldn't think twice about opening the door to Gabe or anything like that, because, well, we have known him for 18 years. And I thought his place was on fire. I thought he might have needed a hand, but that's everything that's happened basically that night. We have more or less stayed up till like 6:30 in the morning because Jill was so upset and shaking and everything like that. Stayed up with her and inaudible, trying to think if there's anything else. There's nothing really in regards to Gabe. Like I said, we got that stuff off of him down in Dartmouth, and that was just basically having coffee with him and Kim, and mainly talking about getting wood and taking it from there. So it was just a work day for Gabe, I guess, but I don't know much else I could tell you about Gabe there, really. So 7 years. This is interesting. 7 years he hasn't seen him. Okay. Like, I can't really believe what he did. But then, yeah, you talk to Bo, and she's telling a lot different story about, like, I know she's afraid of him. Oh, no. I don't remember her ever saying anything to me about wanting him to kill her or anything like that. I think she did talk to my wife a bit one day there, sitting up on her porch up there on the upper floor. I didn't go up there with them that time, but she was saying he's a psycho. There we go. Brenda the psychologist. That's all her police skills. Valen. She was afraid, she said. I guess he had shown off his guns to her. I guess, so there we go. Toilet for that. I think she said, this is just recently I found out about this when I was talking to Bo last week or whatever from out west. And she said, he showed me. He had like 5 guns. He had like 2 semi-automatic rifles. Oh, how convenient. What a remarkable coincidence this is. I thought she was, everybody admonished her and said, chastised her, said, he's a nice guy. And they were all phoning and saying that they were apologizing. Well, that's not what I'm reading here. They didn't know shit from her. And then she's calling May 8th-ish and saying, oh, I saw these guns. Did you know that? Did you know? It was many, many years ago, but I saw those guns. Don't you remember? I told you that. Don't you remember, Glenn? Do you remember, Glenn? Oh, no. Oh, this is horrible. I don't know how much worse it can get for Brenda. Brenda's not, shame's going to make a comeback. Whew. I think said I just found out about it. I was talking to Bo or whatever from out west, and he said he showed me. He had 5 guns. He had 2 semi-automatic rifles. She said that she had reported that. She said she reported that. That was all after. Is that after an incident where she said he had been trying to buy any type of weapon or ammunition off him because they both were in the military, army or military, and they said, no, we don't do anything like that. This is like the farce of Brenda. Brenda is so, like, her reputation is just gone. But she said she reported that he had weapons, and I don't think she knew. No, I don't think anybody but Brenda knew. Is this funny? Maxwell doesn't know. Nobody knows. Only Brenda. Brenda knows. Oh, no. Do you remember I did that? No, I don't actually. Sorry about that. I don't think she knew that he said. See, and what, like, you have to think too. What would be the purpose of these people lying? What would be the purpose of them saying, I don't remember any of this stuff. It's hearsay. Brenda kind of tells a bit of tales. Why would they say that? The go-to would be, yeah, he's a bad guy. I've read it everywhere. I've seen it everywhere. But they come out with something different. But we'll see. Let's continue. Just very, very, very eye-opening, all this stuff. And it's not like a one-off. Trust me. Well, I'm not going to do a Brenda, trust me. Read it for yourself. Trying to buy any type of weapon, or don't worry about it. Somebody can tell you because they watched it for you. It's like a CNN line. I've heard that before. We've already read all this stuff. We don't need to. You don't need to do it. We'll save you the time. Okay. Trying to buy any type of weapon or ammunition. We don't do anything like that. But she reported that he had weapons. I don't think that she knew I'm trying to get these things. I'm getting mixed up because I'm hearing a lot of stuff now. And I've never heard before. And I don't want to say things that this isn't anything that's firsthand to me. Ding. That ding. Ding, ding. That's just stuff that I read, that or being told afterwards about him having these weapons and stuff like that. But yeah, there's nothing really else I can say about Gabe there. We knew he had an iffy relationship with Lisa, and he was just very domineering. Okay. Maybe that was their relationship. That does happen sometimes, and not necessarily, and please help me, ladies, not necessarily in always a negative light. Just because a man is stronger and more domineering in a relationship, maybe that's because some ladies like that. That does happen. I know it's hard to believe. But help me, ladies. I don't wish to come off as a misogynist. It's true, though. Some relationships are just like that. Ladies like guys making decisions and doing things. I don't know, driving the car, watching out for their partner. I don't know. Just saying. But we'll see how he maybe he'll elaborate on the domineering, which would be good. Just very domineering. I didn't realize that he was actually laying beatings on her and stuff like that, because I'd never seen Lisa with a bruise on her face or anything like that. Again, that doesn't necessarily say it doesn't happen, but he's just passing along his observations. But apparently he had been, and she did go. Well, again, I was just told this from Bovich last year. I think, hopefully he's not putting two words there together. Bovich? From Balin. I mean, Brenda last year, a year and a half after they were living there, Lisa came down to our place and she said he had beaten her, and he told her, we got to get you help and stuff like that. And she had told her, we got to get you help and stuff like that. Okay, so Balin's going into the story again. And I guess she said the thing that set Gabe off against Bo was that she said something about Lisa. She said something to Lisa about, we know he's coming up here on the weekend sometimes with different women. And that would set him off towards Bo. And she had said that he came up screaming and hollering at her, knocking and banging at her door. George was there at the time too. So Gabe didn't try anything. The shoe fits, wear it. But that's what really ruined their relationship. Because they used to hang out a lot, and have beers here and there. You go up to her place and they'd go down to his. But after that happened, and Gabe didn't really want to have anything to do with her, now Bo's telling me, well, after that, because her husband, George, was being deployed in Africa in the military, and she was down there on her own, and she said she'd see Gabe pull up in his truck and just sit there out in his truck with her car hiding, so he didn't even know she was there, out in front of her place, out in front of his place, out in front of his place, and get out every once in a while. Sorry, that's the way it's read, and look at her just stand there looking at the house, going back and forth. He's too busy doing stuff for other people, I think, to do that. Again, she didn't tell me that back then. She just told me that lately, like in the past, since all this happened. And basically that they just didn't feel safe here. Oh no. Hey, just tell everybody I told you that. Domineering asshole. Well, I don't know how you call it. If he was controlling her so she wouldn't have cars to go where you want, stay in his own place. He's asshole? I don't know. Let's see what he says. Sounds like they have a bit of a, that's what I'm meaning. They have kind of a consensual sheriff, deputy, if all. Maybe it's just a bit more on the kinky end of things. Yeah, some women like that. There's different strokes for different folks. But other people wouldn't understand that. And that's fair. I'm just saying. Does exist. Is nice, domineering guy is never used in the same sentence. BDSM relationship. There you go. I'm trying to be a little bit more peachy on that one. And I don't want to get into sexy, salacious goo. But some ladies like that. I'm just saying. Don't attack the messenger. 50 Shades was a very popular book for a reason. And movies. That genre of books seems to sell quite well. Lisa said she can't wait to torture. Yeah, okay, so you know where I'm going with that, right? I don't like to get into that because then it seems to send people off into a spiral. But you know what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying like, the woman who, yeah, I think maybe it's a bit of, top bottom stuff going on. Yeah, probably a little bit of both. She's giving them the rack and the other stuff too. Yeah. Wouldn't that just be the thing, just find out like, oh yes, Gabe had a collar and was being put in a cage by Lisa. She was stepping on parts, and well, that would just not look so great on Lisa, would it? With the just saying. Okay. Possibility. That's all. Trying to keep it clean. She said that didn't want to drive by her place. So they ended up, before they even sold the place, they moved down to Halifax. You found that funny, did you, Blue Nose? Put up their place for sale. This and this. She had just a bad feeling about him. And I never talked to her after she moved until just recently. And because I found out that she was out west, and I had her emails or PS, I don't know, something like that in Audible, thought I'd give her a try and say, did you hear what's going on down here? After this all happened, the day after, she'd been talking to me since, and apparently I, in Audible, worked the other day. I heard she's been talking on CBC and everything now. So but that's again, that's about all I know. Okay. If this all turns out to be this direction, I guess this is kind of well, even if it doesn't, it's a valuable lesson. Rumors are not good things to, and going around elaborating and gossiping is probably not the best. Anyway, could come back shade on your character. But anyway, thank you. I'm just going to go back and just go over a few things. Yeah. And Mr. Hudson, you talked about Elson. Elson is Jill's husband, Jill Sutherland. Have you talked to her? Not personally, no. No, because I don't know chuckles. When she was here, they were here. Here, I told her, I said, don't worry, Jill. I said, if anyone wants to talk to you, if you want me and Nancy to come down there with you, we'll be there. She's doesn't inaudible like to talk to people, but that was her husband, and he died a few years back. And I told you the story about him building the box and digging the grave, and having the body cremated, and did everything for her. Basically, she just had to walk over to the graveyard and had everything set up for her. Again, I'm pretty sure you did cover this off, that this incident with you're at the fire with Kim and Robin, or Ruby, I'm sorry, Ruby, yeah. And just tell me what that occurred. When that occurred. I think that occurred around 2003 and 2004. Okay, yeah, so inaudible. So it was like 16 years ago. And you talked about the last time that you saw Gabriel. He was driving the very last time. Yeah. I seen him at the very bottom of my driveway. He had come out of Portapique Beach Road, and I saw this bike coming up, and I was like, oh, look at this bike. Yeah. And as I got closer, I was going, well, who's this guy supposed to be? Peter Fonda or something? Yeah. And there's Peter Fonda. And he slowed right down. He's looking over and he just waves at us, waving at us. Yeah. I said, oh, looks like Gabe got himself a new toy, because I think he had more money than he knew what to do with. When you're getting all that money, I don't know. And he liked buying toys and playing things. So, and you described the chopper as being one from the Easy Rider. That's what I remember when I saw it. I saw a picture of this police car. I recently saw a picture of this police car he had. Okay, and I noticed in the corner that, like on the upper floor of that place, that was the back of the garage that he had there, there was a bunch of bikes on the upper floor, right? That I'd never seen that I've never been in that place there of his. Okay, so he's never been there. Sounds like I've done walk by and stuff that I've never gone there. All right, so now we know that, because I knew people back there were like where Lisa McCulley was killed. There is people back, Kelvin and Rosie used to own that place down, that place there years ago. Used to own that years ago. Kelvin and Rosie. Okay, don't know those people. And we all helped put their lawn down. That's right there. The sod there that you had to put down. You had like 8 people working for him, or whatever. But that wasn't even there then. I don't know. That's right. The police car was there. I could see a really long forks just off of the road. I couldn't see the bike itself as I looked at the picture. I went, oh, that must have been the bike that he was riding. I'm not sure, but I could see one other chopper there that was on the upper floor. But this one had a really long forks, and I thought, well, and you remarked how Gabriel was dressed that day when he was driving the motorcycle. I'm trying to I remember thinking, oh, that looks like Peter Fonda. But he must have had a helmet on, because for some reason I thought that he had some type of, maybe he had a helmet with a band of hers or something like that. And that's all I noticed, because I was looking more at the bike because it was going by. Then I would look up, and when he started waving, and I'm going, well, who's that? And then I saw his face, and I could tell it was Gabe. So, okay, just where you noted, or you made it sound like he was dressed up or looked like somebody else. Yeah. Gabe's. Tom Evans? Yeah. Sorry, you guys are talking about different stuff here. Just trying to follow what's going on a little bit. Okay. Just where you noted it sounded like he was dressed up and he looked like somebody else. Yeah. Well, I just thought, Pete, well, you could see the bike and that you think, yeah, Easy Rider. I used to have that poster up when I was a kid of the Easy Rider. It was big back then. All right. And you talked about the falling out to this fire at Kim and Ruby's, and Gabriel was asking you, or asking Elson, sorry, to pull out in front of her to slow down. You got to go to the house, and describes that, I guess, his demeanor when he was telling you he was that no one was coming in the house. He was trying to be domineering, like sort of like, listen to me. This is what you're going to do, and that type of thing, Yeah. It wasn't just, I don't want you coming in. If he was being a very direct, okay, like obviously wasn't polite, like just thinking, well, where I work, I was always told, treat customers firmly but politely, because, yeah, I work up at the toll plaza there, and sometimes you get people who give you hassle. Probably, yeah, you're not also intoxicated when you're working and trying to go into somebody else's house in the middle of a domestic. I'm just thinking that might not work out the best, but just saying. Yeah. And but he was sorry, as best as you can tell me, exactly what he told you. As far as he said, nobody's coming in this house. Right. And I said something like, all I want to do is get Lisa's stuff. And he said it again. I don't want anybody in this house. I'm just telling you right that now. I've got guns in here. And that was it. I don't see that as domineering. I'm sorry. I really don't. I don't. I mean, the last part, obviously, but what is he? I don't know what he's doing. But telling somebody you're not coming in my house, I don't care if you can yell it. You're not coming in my house. That's true. Don't trespass on somebody else's property. Well, no, but I'm just coming in. No, you're not. But yeah, I'm just going to be a second. No. Okay, so tell me about the level of intoxication. He was fairly on, say, on 1 to 10, he was at least a good 7.5. So, okay. But I heard shortly after that, I think I could have sworn he had liver problems and that he quit drinking. But see, if I found one, Burris is fishing for bodily threat. Kipling's got, yeah, Slee's bag for sure. I think, again, we have to be very careful. This is a big lesson on the media. So there's a lot of disinfo coming out. Got to just read straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak, on stuff. Speculative stuff doesn't work the best on this one. You can say, but Bo and George moved away. Kim Ruby moved away, and Bo and George moved away. That was the two main reasons where we usually had our two main areas where we usually had our bonfires and stuff there, and just being sort of fizzled out. And we haven't ever been going up and down there, like I said, for like past 7-8 years. Like, we go for our walks and Jill would come out and join us and something like that. But different people moved in, just basically, how'd you doing? Neighbor type stuff, you're going up and going down. Going down. And that was the way basically things ended up being with Gabe and Lisa. You didn't see Lisa out there too often, but you'd see Gabe out working in his place, and sometimes he'd come over and talk, and sometimes he'd just keep doing, just a how you doing type of stuff. And I believe you covered this off, but you said Brenda talked about Gabe having a cache of weapons. You went on to list more, like, what weapons? Tell me everything that you were told, what kind of weapons Gabriel had and how they knew a week ago. So at the beginning of May 2020. So after all this happened, of course, Brenda told him. Well, and this is just what was told to me all since what had happened. From Brenda Balin. Blah, blah, blah. She said, me and George were down there one day. I think she said George. I'm not positive she said George was with her. That's her husband. And he showed her 5. She said he had 5 handguns and 2 semi-automatic rifles. That's all I know. Okay. And just wanted to know, you said you talked about a situation where he got a house from a fellow named Zach. Zach, tell me everything you know about that. Again, that's just what I've read. Uh-oh. Showing a narrative the media are doing. Okay, influencing witnesses. Not a good thing. So this is anything I know. Okay. This is stuff I read in the paper. And like okay. I've never heard of that. Oh, okay. No, I've heard that he was trying to do the same type of deal with his uncle. That is not true. His uncle Glenn bought a place where Lisa McCauley was living. Who has the document number again, please? Could you refresh me? Those of you who have that, remember that. Who with the payment? Was JJ that was reading that the other day? About how of course, because it's Glenn Neal and Gabe, but the payment business was a bunch of hooey. Have you guys come across that before? Those of you who have, if you could refresh me, that would be great. And when he tried to do, because Glenn was moving from, his uncle Glenn was moving from Alberta. He hadn't sold his place out there. He bought this place, and I guess he had made some deal. I guess there had been some deal up where Gabe was putting the money in, and then when his uncle sold his place out there, he would just pay Gabe off. Okay. And when he sold his place, he went to pay. Again, this isn't, well, I talked to Gabe about it or whatever. This is other people telling me this. Garbage. Oh, that almost stayed on my windowsill. Oh, okay. He must just be like, oh. And when his uncle went to pay off Gabe off, Gabe said, "No, this is your place. This place is mine now." Again, this is what he's getting told. So call a cab. Oh, there's a lot of corruption going on down there. A lot of funny stuff. And they were just saying something about the paperwork, and I heard Glenn got really upset. I heard Glenn got really upset. I didn't really know Glenn. I just heard of him. And again, Brenda Balin used to go down there. She was, or Brenda, whatever, they were good friends. Oh, yes. There's very much sides in all this fucking craziness. They were just good friends, and they'd have drinks here and there. And that, from what I heard, Glenn's brother, who is also Gabe's uncle, who's an ex-RCMP from New Brunswick, came down. And I'm not exactly sure what he did, but basically he'd straightened Gabe out and told him, "Gabe, you can't do this." Of course. Still operating with what other people telling him. So again, still in the garbage category. He bought a load of information, legal information, saying you can't do that. This is the way it's going to go. So Gabe ended up not getting it. And that's when I thought I heard Lisa was shot. Then I thought for sure he probably burnt that place because he was so pissed. Because that's the only reason he burnt Bo in George's house, according to who? Because the place that George's relationship he had with Bo, because of his relationship that he had with Bo. Remember the conversation in Ben's notes, I believe it's Lori Thomas, 22-minute phone call about the other side of the story and the house sale. Now we know. So what was it? Paul, who used to do that? And now you know the rest of the story. Bam. This was so bad. I don't know when this really, like, people all, over different areas begin to click into what the fuck is going on. I don't think people who start telling tales are going to be well received any longer. So I hope it was worth it. Then I thought for sure he burnt that place because he was pissed off. Bo, she's not around. I can't do anything because this is what reminds me of her. So I'm going to burn that place down. Bo knows football. Bo doesn't know nothing. And unfortunately, I guess now Balin's out. Do you know if it was John or Joanne? Were they shot or did they die in the fire? I as you can probably appreciate, I can't talk about what we know from the investigation. No, okay, yeah. I'm always wondering that because I've only met John and Joanne a couple of times. Last time was at Elson's funeral that Gabe was a part of, and I just wonder. I can't see him going in there, and I cannot see him going in there and shooting them because I heard him and John, were quite friendly. And John would be coming down to his place and back and forth, but Gabe was also, when Bo and George added 6 or 8 feet extension to the front of their house, and then it was all brick because I went down and helped George do the brickwork where you put the plaster on. Okay, so now we're doing the Joneses thing. You'd hold these big flat bricks up and whatever. You'd put the mesh wire and everything, and I would talk to Gabe afterwards, and he'd go on about how they defaced that house and all this, and he thought it looked like crap. And I thought, I know one of his main concerns, and he always wanted to buy that land across from Gabe. And the people that owned that, same people that he bought the house off of, because we knew Dolores quite well. I think that was one of the first houses down there. Dolores and Doug Bentley lived down there years, Bentley purses and stuff. Okay. Because he always wanted to buy that land across from Gabe. Who did? George did? Like they had in Truro. And Dolores came to a lot of our parties and stuff that as well. But she passed away. I guess the son sold the house to Gabe. Also, he didn't like the way that transaction went. He didn't like the way that Gabe handled himself. I remember her son saying that. And I was told later that Gabe kept wanting to buy the land across from them because he says, I don't want some asshole to go over there, put a trailer across from my house and devalue my house and turn it into a trailer park or something like that. He says, because location type of thing, But it's beautiful location he had there, and the house was beautiful, but he was worried about stuff like that. But the son wouldn't sell him the land. I think they were sort of holding on to it for a retirement fund, and his sister, I think she lives in Montreal, lives in St. Thomas, Ontario. he lives in Montreal. Sorry, the sister lives in Montreal, and he lives in St. Thomas, Ontario. The son, I can't remember his name right now, because this is 18 years ago, because that was the last time I saw him. But Gabe was worried about anyone moving in and devaluing their property, the property that he owned, that he had always put all this work into, and someone settling a trailer or popping up a tent across from him, he thought it would ruin it. All right, so that, I mean, it is kind of it's kind of asshole, but a lot of people are worried about their properties getting devalued. Just look at any city council meeting. Jesus, something's going up in some neighborhood. There's always people like, no, it's going to devalue my land. And other than indications, then any other indications of domestic violence between Gabriel and Lisa, or the only one time I ever saw anything was that night I told you about myself. Okay, so he had a domineering voice. And whatever this business about pulling him over or cutting him off or something like that. And any indications of Gabriel being violent. I know you talked about the one situation with Lisa and the other situation where he confronted Bo. Tell me about everything you know about that. Which incident was that about confronting Bo? You said he confronted Bo because she told Lisa that Gabe. Is that the tone he's using? Again, that? I don't know. Again, that? Gabe, Bo just recently told me about this. Oh. Like to know who the psychological autopsy is basing their evidence off of again? Must have been Balin. Again, I'm not saying this person is not involved. I'm just like, what the fuck? They're not getting any more liquor from them, so I can't see that they're buying them off. I know that was kind of put out there by Brenda. I think she knew kind of the shit was going to hit the fan. I don't remember. I don't even know if I was in the media. Was I in the media? I forget. Was I? I don't even know. I don't think so. Lisa wasn't up there, so she'd be staying down in Dartmouth, I guess. Oh, sorry. Bo just recently told me this. Okay. That he came up to their house, and I think he was trying to make it look like that he wasn't doing it. I think I'll just move past it because it's just not, at this point, it's just whatever she's telling him. I'll read it. It's story time, though. It's story time. I'll read it. It's story time. I could put down here, like on the banner, I could put down, I don't even need that now. Balin cover crew. Well, actually, they're not covering. Why is this one on? Sorry, I've left that on. Yeah, I could put in there story time. Brenda story time. So strange how he knew this just recently. Who knows? I don't know how many statements you've read, Strawberry, and I'm not meaning that in a rude way. I'm just wondering how there are a lot of statements out there that say some very, like, I remember I was talking to somebody and I was reading a statement through with them, and I was like, this, and I just kept reading more statements to them, and I'm like, there's something not right here, because this is not at all what the media was saying. How odd. And of course, all these people are experiencing the same thing. They're like, what? I don't understand. Don't brand a story time. I don't brand a story time. Maybe I'll just leave that up there. I'll read through and then leave your comment up. Working practice, because lots of times it would even be necessary on the weekend. He'd come up on Wednesday or Thursday or something like that. Where's this? Oh, she's telling, he's telling about, that's true. Come up on Wednesday, Thursday or something like that. So she'd be working down at the dentist. So she'd still be working down at the denturist place. Okay, so I'm guessing Lisa, but I don't know. Denturist place, and he brings some other woman up here because now we have the introduction of another one. She, I guess, said something about that to Lisa, about Gabe. Gabe went up there and said, "You're telling lies." No, trust me, I don't lie. I'm not lying. I don't lie. Everybody was accusing me of lying. That doesn't sound like anybody talked to you so far. I guess, Lisa, you're telling lies and all that sort of stuff, but I'm not exactly sure what he said to her. Hearsay. I guess I just know that he came up. You don't know, actually. Sorry. He came up and he was mad at her. She was claiming. He was just hollering stuff, and then he basically left. Or he left, basically. And that, ever since that, the whole relationship went down. And no, I'm not exactly sure if, I'm trying to remember if Bo just told me this, but I thought she said that had threatened to kill her over all this stuff. What? Oh, if the shoe fits, wear a beautiful story, a beautiful story. Oh, no. Oh, the shame. Okay. And she believed him. That's what she said last week. But she never told me that. Like, I'm not sure. My wife's told me some stuff, and last I've heard, Bo and George were up there having a few drinks on the patio. She said Bo just opened right up about Gabe and how she was afraid of him and all that. I think there's some really sketchy going down there. I think George is supposed to hear something. And you mentioned, I believe this is on the 18th of April. You noticed, and you mentioned, I believe this is on the 18th. You noticed, you didn't say the date, but this is the night you're referring to that you noticed the fire. You believed it was at, yeah. Okay, so her story's done, I think. I looked out my window. If you're out my deck, you can see right down along the tree line. And it was being that bright. Well, I can tell by where it is and how bright it was. I said, it's got to be a big fire. And I said, might have, because inaudible, sorry, might have because I could see the water was all lit up as well. And if the lighting up that much, it's got to be Gabe's, because he's the only place out that far on that side of the road. Okay. I don't know. I don't know exactly where they live. I think I do, but maybe. I'd like you to tell me about the timelines of those events. What? When I saw it and all? Yes. Okay, well, I just gotten up from, well, it's watching a stay-at-home Lady Gaga concert. Anybody listen to Lady Gaga? I guess they do. Was that on the night of, I could see light of the window because, right here, there is a window. You can see it. And I went up to it and I told my wife, I said, well, look at that. I said, that's got to be a fire. And the more I thought about it for a second, because we were looking at how it was getting bigger and bigger, and we could see all the bay lighting up on the river. Right out in front. So this is happening later, right out in front of it. And I said, that's got to be Gabe's place. I said, that must be a fire. We're more or less waiting to hear all the trucks coming down or something from Bass River or from Great Village. You usually get down here too. We didn't know anything. Within a couple of minutes, my wife came out here and she says, oh, there's police out at the end of Portapique Beach Road. And we just thought, well, we're waiting for fire trucks. Now, this thing finished up at 11 o'clock. So according to what I've read or whatever, wanted inaudible. He's watching okay, though, and yeah. So anyway, I don't know what the hell that is. Then I went. We saw the police. What was that they were just saying? Not English. I think there may be some redactions in that one. Oh, welcome back. Bo? Block user. Yes, I want to block user. Oh, an error occurred. Why do I have to what are you talking about? Okay. Are you fucking... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tara. That's why I'm like, I can't delete it. Tara's already deleted it. She's fast. She's fast on the porn button. All right. Sorry. We could actually see it burning good, and I noticed the flames. I went out on my deck where I could notice it was burning good. I noticed flames over by where Bo and George's place was. And because I remember I could actually see large embers floating up in the air from it. And I said to my wife, that's got to be Bo and George's. And when I was out there at that time, that's when I heard the explosion and was like either 2 or 3 pops. Well, I thought they were in the house when the explosion happened. The thud. Okay. 2 or 3 pops, I wasn't sure. Well, that is something, the house blowing as well. It sounded like gunfires. So I don't know what that was. We came back in. Oh, I guess he thinks they're both outside when the thud happened. And we're more or less kept up. We kept getting up and looking out and seeing, well, where's the fire trucks? Why aren't the fire trucks coming? This place is still burning. And I think it was about 10 after 12 or quarter after 12 when we were sitting here watching the news, and my wife got a text saying, I'm out in the driveway. Can I come in? This was Jill. She came in and she told us, I don't know what's going on. But she heard a lot of gun shots. She's right there, right across from the cemetery. She said, I heard a lot of gunshots. She says, I figured someone was just out shooting a bear, because you get some time of year, the bears start coming out and stuff like that around here. So I guess she heard those and heard an explosion. Wasn't sure what that was, but she said that she had taken a sleeping pill and she was getting real groggy. So she went to bed and said all of a sudden she heard this banging. She didn't know what that was, and the dogs were barking like crazy. Dogs that bark when they hear banging. That's just crazy talk. And she was getting real scared because she heard even after her sleeping pill, those shots and everything. Don't mind me. It's just something else I'm talking about. I can't wait till CBC Sunday Movie comes out. Hey, how's it going? Did they call the fire? Did they call the fire? That's interesting. Did they call the fire? Yeah, that's noticeably absent, isn't it? They're just waiting for the trucks to come. It's like Jill. They didn't call down there to check on Jill. Anyway, I think Autumn did to her. Anyway. Sorry. Then all these lights started coming in, spotlights in her windows, and the guy was saying, it's RCMP, open up. And she didn't want to open up. And then the guy had shone a light on himself saying, I am RCMP. She's inaudible. My alarm's on. I can't open the door. And he says, you've got to open it up now. He says, turn off your alarm. That's when she did that. Okay, don't know where this is coming from. Who never seen this before? Never seen any of the evacuation stuff, eh? This is around 12. I'm not sure if he said he came in and said, you're going to have to get your stuff and just get out of here right away. I'm sure he said, get your dog, get whatever you can take. She just said, I grabbed Oscar. That's her dog, a little long hair dachshund. And hey, you guys are in the same family. You're being such a good girl, just sleeping there. Long-haired dachshund, and taking her water and her phone. And she said she handed her keys to the police officer and said, can you lock my door for me? Her hands are full. Put her in her car, and they locked the doors. And she said there was either 3 or 4 SWAT people in full gear or whatever with their rifles out looking all around. I guess making sure that no one was going up and down the road. This is at 12. Okay. And put her in the car and said, drive to the end of the road. Don't stop for anybody. If anyone comes out, you're just to keep going. Don't stop for anybody. Just keep going. They were stopping people and getting everybody's names. Okay. And we said, well, we know Gabe would never do anything to you, like you're his porta-pick mother, basically. She says, yeah. She says, inaudible. He can never, I don't think he would ever do anything to me. But then you never know where his mindset was at. Well, how did they know at that point that it was Gabe? At 12 o'clock. Thoughts? How they would know that? Am I missing something? His mind would have gone that night anyway. Maybe he's filling in details. I don't know. But one thing I wondered about is why would the SWAT team let a 77-year-old put her in the car saying there might be a gunman? Okay, so they haven't said it's Gabe. Between you and here, but go down there. And not put one of those guys in her car with her and get her to the end where he could, and then get back in. That seems strange. They'd have to walk because they don't take cars. They just let civilians take cars. Okay. So I thought that should have been done. But Gabriel was mentioned at this point. Okay, I guess early on, I guess they're mind readers. I have the same questions. No, nothing about Gabriel was mentioned. Oh, okay, just that all she knew was that there was a gunman out there. Okay. And for her not to force, not to stop for nobody, nothing, nobody knew it was Gabe. I didn't think it was Gabe till the morning. I didn't know it was Gabe until the next morning. Okay. That's when I knew his place had burned, but I just, like I said, at first, we thought that was two or three people going around setting cottages and houses on fire, and one had a shotgun. And when Jill got here, she said, there's someone out there with a shotgun. And so we're supposed to stay indoors, keep our doors locked. Okay, where she's getting that from. Interesting. Don't stop for anybody. Excluding what you've seen in the media about this case, that's a good place to start. Please try to remove anything from the media. Tell me what you would have known about Gabriel and him acquiring police vehicles, police paraphernalia being uniforms, and weapons. Tell me everything you would have known about prior to this happening. Oh, I never heard anything about having any of that stuff. Now, granted, he said he didn't see him for 7 years. Or didn't, and he never went in the garage. So I think that's probably answers that. Maybe Balin didn't have his GCS surplus or whatever the fuck going out the back door there with Max. Now, I do know that night when Jill, or I guess it was next night, because Jill was here for 6 nights before she could go back home. It was great of them to take care of her. But she told me, shit, it was early last fall, late last summer, a car pulled up into her driveway and she looked out. It was just a white car, and she made out onto her porch, and a guy got out and he was in full uniform RCMP. She thought it was RCMP. And she's, could I offer to help you, officer? He was just sort of went, Jill? And she looked at again and she went, "What? Is that you, Gabe?" And he go, "Yeah, what do you think?" Now the car wasn't, it was just a white Ford. Wasn't deckled out or anything like that. That, but he had gotten that RCMP, so it'd be great to read Mrs. Sutherland's statement on this one. RCMP, she was just more or less going, "Gabe, you're so handsome in the uniform," and she just said, they talked for a few minutes about, from what she remembered, I think she said that he told her he bought it at an auction or something like that. Okay, a white car. People in the white car. Then rumor went back and forth. I remember. Well, this is just recently again about, well, where could Gabe have gotten that? And someone must have said, it might have even been Bo. Oh, okay. Can we get the Bo to full tail out, please? And do you mind pulling that one out, Brenda or Julia? Brenda, what the hell? Got Brenda on the mind. Oh no. What else do we have here? You smell bullshit. Any witness, dude. Call police. McDonald's sometimes. Surprise. Leon's did bar. Yeah. After taking a melatonin. No dogs barking there. Hearing gunfire. Of course not. Of course he burnt his own house down. If someone took a sleeping pill, heard the commotion, how did anyone sleep through the whole night in the community? Good question. No beautiful tale, beautiful tale. All right. Might have been, even been Bear Forbes. She said, I wouldn't doubt if he got that off his uncle somehow. Just, she said, have them check to see if it's a New Brunswick RCMP. Don't know if it was him that said it, though. Somehow, he might have stolen it off of him or something. Oh, is she sewing that one around? Like that he wasn't looking. But I think Jill said that he had a regular plus the red full uniform. Like he wasn't wearing the red. He was just wearing the regular. Anything? Is there anything that I haven't asked you, Mr. Hudson, that you think would be important to us to know for our investigation? No. I pretty much told you everything. Okay, perfect. If you have anything else to add, we're going to turn off the recorder. It's 2:08. End of recording. Love to see the diary entry from 2003 and 4, wherever that is that they located, with the specifics on what happened. But that wasn't what the media told us at all. So Brenda's gone, John is gone, Nancy's gone. We got problems. Big problems. Oh, are you okay? Let's go here to, Pornorama back again. Okay, there we go. Got that one. They're slow. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the media was saying. Began with a act of domestic abuse. Now the story grew. Was had been friends with Gabriel for more than 15 years. About 10 years ago, their group of friends used to have bonfire parties down Portapique Beach Road. It was during these parties, Hudson said, that some of his concerns began to emerge about Wortman's behaviors. Back in those days, he was making a few threats, and there were every once in a while. Making a few threats. Once in a while, but nothing serious. I just took it as, well, Gabe's just had too much to drink. Okay, so we didn't get any of that this time. And this would have been a few weeks prior. On one of those nights, at one of those parties, Hudson recalled Wortman having a fight with his girlfriend. She wanted to leave, but Wortman had taken off the back wheels off of his car and thrown them in a ditch. Now, you see the way that the media portrays this by Pornbot is that he witnessed this, but that's not so. Hudson and one other man took her to Wortman's house where she asked to come in and get her belongings. He said, "You're not coming in here." He said, "I would just want my stuff." He said no, and then went back in the house. Okay, I don't know if I got that quite. Wortman's girlfriend asked Hudson to go into Wortman's house and pick up her things. Hudson obliged. Wortman came back out the door and he said, "What do you want?" I said, "She just wants her stuff to come in and get her stuff. She doesn't have to come in." He says, "I don't want anybody in my house." And I said, "It'll only take a second, Gabe. Nobody's coming in my house. I've got some guns." Hudson and his friend drove back to the party. Oh, okay. But the way that you see, and it is a little bit different, the way that it's written in, if you take it in its full context of this article, oh my Lord, it's not what, and you've got this big, huge heading like this, okay? And of course, it's interspliced with, is this got Brenda in it here? No, we're not into Brenda yet. Brenda emerges later. I think she was trying to plant the seeds, or, DISOP campaign over on the other side was trying to do that. Clickbait. Yeah, but you see, this is really serious stuff. It's not clickbait because these bastards just get money. Checks with flags in the corner. And so they just write certain crap. That's why you're hearing about all kinds of other things rather than the testimony which was given by Brenda, which was total fail and utterly, that went away. They didn't even mention it. In fact, I've heard some really preposterous claims like, she's just a little bit confused, or, yeah, it didn't damage her credibility. I'm like, are you out of your mind? Are you seriously gone? No. What she was going through there was clearly a meltdown of lies. And now we have some more verification of it. And then it's followed up by Lisa, who's only substantiated by Brenda. So now you're down to a he said, she said, with a person who has not been cleared as a suspect. This is not misogyny. This is just decent police work. So why is it that they don't want to look at her? Who is she? Who is it that she that gets all of this special treatment? Who is her family? There you go. These are the questions to ask. Follow the money. This was an older man scared out that she testified to, who she called a coward. Yes, that's brutal. Brutal. You get out there, you coward. You deal with it. Listen, that's not somebody who is, weak-kneed who's like an abused and controlled woman. Coward. Really? And he's like, no, I think we should just go. No, you get out there, coward. You get out there. You get my stuff. Excuse me? She was planting seeds everywhere, and they ran with everyone who she said. They ran with it because they get the paycheck. They know that what they have to do, they have to push whatever they want. That's what's going down. They got to brainwash everybody on this one because they can't let the bigger story out. So let's just keep it in-house with one crazed, misogynistic male. And there you go. We're all done here. Like they said right at the beginning. Oh, you never know the end of the story. You'll never know. Right at the beginning. Oh, right, no. And stop asking questions, McNeil. Don't ask questions. It's not a good thing to do. Okay. So there's a couple of things there I'm going to look into because that sheds a little bit more light into another component of this. So now I'm even more curious. What was the other statement I dropped out there? What was that? Right. Ruby and Mills. Has anybody read the Mills statement? A bit longer. Kim Mills. Kim, not Tim, Kim. Ooh. Right away I'm seeing a bunch of redactions. Probably reasonable. Quite a bit, actually. There. That should make for an interesting read because they're the other component to this bonfire story. Anyway, I will read that at a later point, 60-some pages. So do have a fantastic day. God bless you. God bless the 23. I think the story might not quite be as basic as they have painted it to be. So maybe we'll find there are other players at work, other motives, not just, there you go, not just one asshole man. Maybe there's asshole man and others. Maybe all kinds of things. Have to keep looking and keep telling people, no, you're getting fucked. The proof is there. Not believing, oh, don't worry, I'll save you the trouble. Have to count on ourselves sometimes. God bless you all. God bless the 23.